and there's no camera, because that's just how it's gotta be for right now. What I can do though is I can just pull something in here to block the chat. Let's see, what do we want to do? Let's do image. We'll call it WD. Create new. Browse. What should we choose? Oh god, this is gonna be loud. Yeah, it was kind of loud. Hi Olivia, how are you doing? Okay, I'm just gonna bring me in and try to just gonna put me in the corner there. There we go. That's good. You can't see it, but my room is a little bit different in the way that my TV's missing. That's all. Because we moved that out. Whew. You know, I was going to turn my lights up, but I guess it doesn't matter. Yes, I am indeed a PNG tuber now. Do you think it's better? PNG tuber, you're up. I mean, like, I don't think I have another USB slot. Is there like a thing that you can get that plugs into a USB slot that gives you more USB slots? That'd be awesome. Actually, hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, I've thought about a weather avatar a lot. It has often been something that I think about. You see Awesome Awesome in IT, pretty certain you can still get them. Does it have any drawbacks? Like input lag or anything? No fluffs given. Okay, so what do we got? I cannot wait until I have my new desk, guys. Probably a bit of input lag or speed issues. Be sure there are faster ones. Now, what I could do is if I do get one, I could plug stuff in there that doesn't really require input. Like, I could plug my mic and my camera in one, and that should be okay, right? And then, like, my mouse and my keyboard would attach to my computer directly. Therefore, there wouldn't be any input lag. Is that a good idea? You don't plug too many USBs into one. It damages your system over time. I really only need one extra slot, to be honest. I really only need one extra slot.
Rogue knights,
Give me a
druid
second.
prophecies, erupting volcanoes. If it's not one thing, it's another.
Surely the mainland doesn't have these kinds of problems. It's just lucky for us a mainlander hero was around to lend a hand.
Still, I'm seriously reconsidering my decision to move to the archipelago. I was promised sun and waves,
Hold
not
on.
near-death experiences.
Sorry, someone's asking me about the origins of Soulrazer Knights, and I completely forgot, but I do know that there was a book, so I just kind of gave him the book. Obviously, these are all theories. Willpower of knights imbuing into metal. Powerful druid in times past. I don't really... maybe? Hmm.
Is built in harmony with Ifray's creation. See?
I know this doesn't really block my chat, but I'm still instinctually using my original keyboard. Okay, you hear that passive dialogue? He said, my job is to check all the crates and make sure they haven't walked off. Now, you laugh, but I've seen it happen before. Okay. Yeah, the Soul Keeper is like really thin. Like paper thin.
There's still so much. Do you know?
It's not really that bad.
Oh, just the
It's
next
just,
big thing to come.
It's just, space because I'm eating
Have you ever used
my
an axe to fell a
special dinner. And it takes a lot of space.
Grab. Please hurry. Galen is relying on you.
It's funny because this is actually completely unrelated to my room reconstructing, you know? Kind of. If I had my new desk, it would be easier. Oof. Do I have an... Oh god, do I have an enchanting writ, please? Ah, frick. I hate doing this. Okay. I could buy one. I could buy a writ, an enchanting writ. I think it just needs to be purple? I don't think it has to be gold. Okay, so let's do this first. Crap, and then getting out of the menus and everything. Okay, let's see here. I have to deconstruct, so... Those, what, 5 items? 8 items, which means that we're going to make 6 more. You found them to be extremely cheap since you can only get 2 5 writ vouchers per enchanting. Oh, 2 to 5 writ vouchers per enchanting, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's why it's kind of upsetting to me, though. Because enchanting roots are like super easy to me. I guess that's probably why it's so cheap. Because it's super easy for a lot of people. Hmm. Huh. I don't know, man. What? This keyboard also seems to have some issues of its own. What the heck? It doesn't like it when I dash and try to go to the right. Like, I literally can't. I cannot go to the right and dash. I can go to the left, but I can't go to the right. Shift and D just don't want to work together. You're halfway there? Nice. I spent like all the rich vouchers I had on an outfit station because I was like, I always want an outfit station in my house. So that's what I did. Alright. Let's do... Are no vents up? Oh wait, hold on. No, no vents are up. Wait, no, this vent's up. Alright. We gotta actually get going fast because... Ah, who am I kidding? No one's probably there. I'm really glad that lightning dash does not affect like passive creatures, like goats and. That'd be annoying. I wouldn't be surprised if it used to. Sitting next to the same bed for 10 minutes, waiting for others. Find another shard, my dude. That is the time when you just jump shards. Also, Otter, you might want to cover your ears because soon Olivia is going to start talking. You can't tell Ifray what to do. Who do you think you are?
Doing great. Spirit of water, help us. Quench this land. Another vent sealed. Spirits of the earth, help repair these vents.
That's what I kept saying whenever
Great work, my friend.
the vents
Now,
in my
let me
house broke.
seal this.
Help repair these vents. It doesn't work, but
It's up to you. Slay the beast.
here we go. Come on, I gotta press the right keys. So it feels kind of awkward. I can do it. No! 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 Why are the animations so damn slow? God. What? It kind of seems silly to use that when clouds is already in the top right. I wonder if I should remove permanent clouds so that we can keep the novelty of cute clouds. You know?
Well done. Now's our chance. I have sealed the fissure for good.
Great work, but questions still remain. I shall return to my order and report all that has happened until we meet again. I gotta get out of here before it happens again. Son of a gun. Ah. Look, Drew Olivia, you
The eruption is
you
causing
actually try to make a
chain
difference.
reaction. I need
That
you
is
to hold
appreciated.
back these infernal
But it
monsters
doesn't
while I
work that
seal
way.
the fissures.
You cannot plug up a volcano with a giant ass boulder. That's not how it works.
You cannot let them reach the fissures.
We're gonna be doing this all day.
They'll accelerate them.
Once at the Castle Navir volcanic vent, I think it was during one of the High Isle events or something. That thing went off like 5 or 6 times in a row. I'm not joking. 5 or 6 times in a row.
Help repair these
It was
vents.
funny and tragic.
Great work, Ifray. Lend me your strength. Quell this earth. Keep going. We're almost there. Spirit of water, help us. Quench this lad. You did it. Now I'll close this.
Okay,
fissure.
that was actually pretty fast. Good job, guys.
It's too much.
Wait, what?
I can't hold
I
it.
can't believe it.
The evil has broken through. Kill the monster, or all hope is lost.
Keep telling everyone what to do. What are you confused about, Olivia? What's going on? Gotta get rid of the shield generators. They've got the shield generator.
Well done. Now's our chance. I have sealed the fissure for good.
My voice is too quiet? Okay.
Great work.
Okay.
But questions still remain. I shall return to my order and report all that has happened. Until we meet again.
Give me a second. Okay, assuming this thing doesn't go off again. Oh, I get it. Olivia. No way. No way. No way.
Ifray's power trembles. Someone has disturbed the balance. It's going to blow. I'll try to contain it, but I can't do it alone! It's happening! Look out! The eruption is causing
I cannot
a
believe
chain
it.
reaction. I need you to hold back these
Sorry, Olivia.
infernal monsters
It's weird because
while
my
I
brain
seal the
says
fissures.
Olivia differently than Olivia, even though it's said the my brain is saying it differently, but my mouth is not.
Kill them before
I'll
they
fix
reach the
I'll
bank.
fix my volume as soon as this is over, okay? I didn't even think about how it was confusing Olivia. Ah, man.
Ifray, lend me your strength. Quell this earth.
Olivia, were you like actually confused? Or
We're almost
is this a bit?
there. Keep, Spirit of water, help us. Quench this.
I want to eat my
wrath.
dinner. Alright? I want to eat my dinner, but she just can't keep this thing closed.
Spirit of the earth,
Help repair these vents.
The small vents are sealed. I'll close off the main one.
You were actually confused. It's hilarious.
Sludge! I can't hold it!
I didn't even think about it. I'm sorry.
Blood killing. Hurry!
No, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Go, 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 go. And we're done.
Well
Good
done. Now's our
lord.
chance.
Okay, hold
I
on.
have sealed the
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to, like, turn down the OBS volume? Maybe? Is that going to work?
Still remain.
Let's see. I don't know if that'll work. But maybe? Okay, so is this better? Is this better, guys? Or is this just the same? What do you think? I thought you heard your name too? I might have said your name. You were saying something to me about her, the sound was just making you hear all jumbled. You're like, what did I do wrong? Why are you getting mad at me? I'm speechless.
Ifray's
I'm speechless.
power trembles. Someone has disturbed the balance.
I don't know what to say. What did I say about cute clouds?
I'll try to contain it, but I can't do it alone.
Can you hear me better, first of all? Or is it the same?
It's happening. Look out.
Ma'am, I haven't even received my reward. Hold on.
The eruption is causing a chain reaction. I need you to hold back these infernal
Can you guys hear me better, or is it
while
the
I
same
seal the
volume?
fissures.
You can hear me better? Nice. Okay, yeah. So for the cute clouds thing, I said it seems kind of silly that I have the same drawing of clouds in the top right that I do when people use cute clouds. So I'm wondering if I should just put that drawing away. You know? Otherwise, cute clouds kind of loses its novelty. I only put it there as like a placeholder, so. Crap, crap, crap. God, I can't. Ugh. Yeah, the sound is great. I'm glad that I could find that. I'm like, get that cute anime sound. Google's like, I know what you're talking about, fam.
Spirit of the earth, help repair these vents. it! Ifray, lend me your strength! Quell this
Ma'am,
urge!
I don't think Ifray likes you. Alright, just gonna be real.
Great work, my
I don't think
friend.
Ifray thinks
Now,
very
let
highly
me
of you.
seal this. It's too much.
Dude, I'm just like sniping heals. Like Anna.
It's up to
And here we
you.
go.
Slay the beast.
Molten Destroyer. I need to microwave my food. It's getting way too cold. I should just walk away. I mean, like. Oh my god. I better get an achievement for this.
I have sealed the fissure for good.
For good, she said. For good. For good.
Great work. But questions still remain. I shall return to my order and report all that has happened. Until we meet again.
Okay, how many times has that been? That's been like three. That's been like 3 or 4 times, right? If it goes off again, that's gonna be like the record number, which was that Castle Navir one that I was at. Record for me at least. I'm just really curious. Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Okay, we're good. It's Farpoint. I don't even remember what I was doing before this. What was my life like? Don't get me wrong, I like volcanic vents. They're I mean, it's kind of a run of the mill world event. It's nothing special, but it's not like anything I dislike, you know? Like Oblivion Gates I'm not a huge fan of. Oblivion Portals, I don't really like those much. I like the idea, I'm just kind of eh. I especially do not like the randomness of Oblivion Portals. You know? I thought it'd be fun at first, but it's just not fun. Back when High Isle released, they didn't even have a name for the vents. They just called every vent Volcanic Vent. I don't know if that was a glitch or what, but they named them afterwards. It annoys you how they handle the Oblivion Gates? Yeah, so I think they didn't give Oblivion portals a daily because of how random they were, and they felt like giving a daily based on a random event was whoa. What the heck is that? What was that? Did y'all see that? My nuts, someone clip that. If you missed it, press the clip button. I don't know what it was. Was that like a mount spawning effect that just like got locked in air or something? What in the world was that? I'm so confused. Okay, I'm gonna type in like 30 minutes in my notes so I go back and look at that. Don't for Oblivion Gates were right there, man, and such a shame. I think it would have encountered some, I don't know, some lore issues. Because there's like supposed to not be Oblivion Gates or Oblivion Portals, you know? It's you see that before? Is it an amount or a Robux amount? I'm not sure. I'm just gonna make a note anyway. I'm gonna go warm up my food. I'll be back. Man, I cannot wait to have more space. I just don't have enough room to put anything. Okay, back. I hope you guys behaved yourselves. Oh god, is it happening again? It is. I'm gonna ignore that. Stygic Cosmic Starburst, you have that emote? That wasn't the Starburst that I saw. I have Starburst on my hotkeys, and I use it all the time. I mean, it certainly was a glowy thing in the air, but it wasn't this. And it happened 3 times. I don't know. Yeah, it wasn't a firework. It was more like a glowy thing. Man, this thing heats up fast. Particles that followed in the aftermath match what you saw. I like how this is like we're trying to solve like a alien sighting or something. Like I think it was a weather balloon. You know, Daedra are basically just aliens. Daedra are essentially space aliens. I mean, so like basically it's just like medieval fantasy space aliens invasion is kind of what kind of what the Elder Scrolls is. Bomber weather balloons. If it's the MO. Hmm. Give me a second. So what was I saying? Oblivion portals. I think they decided to not give them dailies because they were randomly occurring. And like, okay, sure, every world event is randomly occurring. You know, you never know what's going to pop up, but you can see it on the map and you know where to wait. But for Oblivion portals, it was completely different. And I think they just didn't want to lock a daily behind that. Which kind of sucks, because that meant one less daily, you know, for the whole chapter. And also the quarter DLC. It was nuts. So, that was sad. But, they got back into it, which is good. You got legs again? The nerve. So, we had some drama this morning. This morning was very eventful. So, first of all, I was woken up at, like, 11 a.m. For reference, I usually go to sleep at, like, 6 and wake up at 12:30. So, I was woken up at 11 a.m. and I'm like, you know, what is it? And it's a call. I've been waiting for a call from my new work for a long time. So I took it. I was half asleep, you know. They gave me an interview. I did the whole interview, well, half asleep. Hopefully I did it well. And I think it went pretty okay, but I was half asleep. What am I to say? And then I went back to sleep for like an hour and a half or whatever. And woke up. And before I went to work, my mom told me that my brother, who's been
Rogue knights,
really, oh my goodness,
druid
ma'am, I'm just gonna run past her.
erupting volcanoes. If it's not one thing, it's another.
Almost done. Come on. Okay, so my brother's been really trying to get, really wanting to get us to Disney World to do. Oh my god. You were so far away, how can I hear you? Like, you're right next to me. Okay, so, yeah, my brother's been trying to get us to, the Star Cruiser in Disney World because they're gonna close it. The Halcyon thing. And I mean, like, I'm okay with the idea, but, like, it's insanely expensive. There's no way you can tell me that's not where they're gonna close the thing. It is so expensive. So, I mean, and I don't have much. I've had a really rough time these past few years. I don't have a lot in my account. So I was not, I mean, I was up for it. It sounded fun, but like insanely expensive. So, turns out we learned this morning that we can't get in because it's just stuffed. Like, it's completely booked. And that was really, I mean, like, my brother is, if my brother is anything, he is a Disney fan and he is a Star Wars fan. And, you know, that's both, you know. And he just really wanted to go before they shut it down because he's just really missing out. He wants to do everything that he can. So he's pretty sad. And I felt awful too, you know. Even though I wanted to do it, I didn't want to do it as much as he did. But you know, after a day of talking it out and looking at prices and everything, we kind of think it's probably for the best that we didn't get it, because he's looking at right now what it really would have run us, and it's just way too much. Like I could not afford that. So we might just do it might just do normal Disney World, you know, and check out Galaxy's Edge, Blackspire. I've never been there. I might do that. It doesn't seem as like insanely wallet destroying as it used to just go to Disney World for, I don't know, a week, but I might do that. If not that, I've wanted to do a cruise, so we might do a Disney cruise instead. But I don't know. But yeah, so we're trying to make up plans for what we might want to do. It's been pretty stressful because the site that I work at is dropping my company and picking up another company, so I'm jumping from my company to the other one to try to like keep my spot, right? So I'm telling them my shifts and my days, and they're gonna move the shift forward an hour, so my streams are gonna start like an hour later, but it's whatever. It's better than losing it. So I mean, like, my current job pays me like $15.50, which after taxes was like $13.50 or something. And I think after taxes, my new job is gonna actually pay me like $15.50 or something. But that'll add up, you know. So I'm hoping it'll just be like this exact same job, but with a price increase and with a new uniform. I don't really care, you know. New uniform, I don't care. Price increase, I definitely don't care. You know, like a pay increase. So I'm hoping that goes smoothly, and that might help me afford a trip to Disney World as well. You know, let's just turn this one in while we're here.
All is well.
All is well. I'm here to check out the guild traders to see if I can just go ahead and snap up an enchanting writ. Breton Ball Victory Plaque. Wall plaque with 2 crossed gilded Breton Ball rackets with metal plate engraved most valuable thwacker. I actually had a medal that said the same thing back in college. Nothing. Okay, well, whatever. We're gonna go look for the guild traders. Where do they live? Where do they hang out? Over here? Anyway, so one thing I you know I like about my position is that it's not stressful. It's very lax. They just, you know, it's pretty much just kind of being a warm body and checking people in when they need to be checked in. So it's pretty easy, and so like I always got worried about taking vacations. It's like, oh, how do you enjoy the vacation when you just gotta go back to work next, you know? But this kind of job, like, I wouldn't mind so much, right? It helps me enjoy my free time a lot more, knowing that the job is something I can handle, you know? So yeah. Well,
Many new faces in Vastia these days. It certainly gives me a feeling. I'm sure you feel it too.
Anyway, so we are, like what? A week or so, about 2 weeks away from Necron? Less than 2 weeks? Looking forward to that. I don't know why they're dropping it on a Monday. I think they usually do that, right? It's just kind of annoying. I wish we got it like a... I wish we got like a weekend drop. That'd be nice. Guys, look at the guild name. Sororia? Sororia, no!
The children of the market have asked me to teach them how to fight. Little warriors, the lot of them.
Maybe a few sword-swinging lessons will do them some good.
Yeah, good. I mean, like, I already got some spoilers because of PTS, you know? Like, I can't avoid them these days because I'm just too involved in the community. I'm around too many people talking about the game. People just talk about the PTS, you know? And if there's one thing I hate in the entire world of spoilers, I've known the spoilers for a month now. And it's like, oh man, people just can't keep their... They've got a freaking problem. This one's so... Oh, wait. No? Wait. Oh. I'm confused. Why does it say that... I mean, there's only one here, but it says that the unit price is cheaper than the total price. But isn't that only for multiple things? I'm confused about that. But this would work. Well, actually, no, not that. I don't want that. This will work. Spoilers don't even make you angry anymore. This bums you out. The people plus spoilers and thumbnails make you feel anger. Yeah, it sucks. Unit is per writ voucher, but there's only one. There's only one here, so why is the unit different than the total? I'm confused. Oh, writ vouchers. Oh, I see. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, I see. Ah, I get it. I was stupid for a second there. I'll just do this one. I don't really care that much about vouchers. I just want to get this done. Yeah, so here's a... I didn't really mind spoilers all that much. I mean, I didn't really think about spoilers at all. Because, like, I didn't really have something that I really followed that much, I guess, aside from, like, Doctor Who back in the day. But, around... stop sneezing on me! Around, like, late 2015, like, you know, The Force Awakens was coming out, right? And so everyone's going to go see Star Wars, first Star Wars in 10 years. And I'm a huge Star Wars fan, like, massive. And you already know where the story's going. Like, the night before we went to go see it, I was too reckless, and someone used a deceptive meme format to spoil the movie for me. And this was like at 3 a.m. Everyone's asleep except for me. I had no one to talk to except for my new friend. So she calmed me down. And she let me know that there's other stuff to enjoy in the movie aside from knowing a spoiler. That was pretty true. But let me tell you, The Force Awakens would probably be way up higher on my, like, favorite Star Wars movies if I didn't get that spoiled. It's probably closer to the bottom now. I don't know if that's fair, but... Spoiler for Splatoon 3 in the thumbnail? I remember back in the day, like back in like 2000 and... Probably like 2011 or 12, someone like made a YouTube video about like, it said like, it's about Halo Reach, and it said like, here's how to get like a bazillion or a billion credits in Halo Reach, and like, you know, it was supposed to be like you click on it and you get fooled because when you click on it, it just a bunch of letters written out in Forge that says like "Get Good Noob" or something. This was back when people still said "Get Good Noob." But the thing is though, the guy didn't set a thumbnail, so the thumbnail is just "Get Good Noob" written in Forge letters, like letting everyone know that it's just a stupid prank. Literally, guy was the dumbest prankster of all time. Spoiler: the ending of a Telltale game was a long time ago. You were so devastated. Yeah, see, we all remember spoilers and how they hurt us. I hate spoilers so much. Like, I went to go see Guardians. I'm not going to discuss Guardian spoilers. I think it's probably still too soon. I went to go see Guardians because I'm also a pretty big Marvel fan, and like I couldn't even. I mean, I didn't want to say anything about it until like we were at the car. And we went out to eat at the Cheesecake Factory too, but it's like we couldn't talk about it because there's other people around, even though it's loud and they probably aren't listening. I'm so scared about spoiling it for anybody. Yeah, don't worry, I won't say anything. I just really like the movie. You know, I'm a little bit critical of Marvel at the current moment. You know, they're not as like stellar as they used to be. I don't hate I don't hate like the new stuff that's coming out, but it's like it hasn't really like scratched an itch for me, you know, since Endgame. Or I mean, Far From Home is pretty good, you know. Far From Home is actually really good, but like I'm kind of eh. Guardians of the Galaxy movies ranked. If you want me to rank them right now, just saying nothing else aside from just ranking, it's been a while since I've seen the first one, but I don't know if it's fair because you don't really have the gravitas of the third without the first or the second, so I don't really know if it's fair. But like, I might just say flat out. I might just say like in terms of like theater experiences, overall, just all things taking into account, I'd probably say 3, 1, 2. 2 is my least favorite. I mean, it was good, but it's my least favorite. I mean, like I don't think the comedy really landed for me all that much. But the tape over the buttons scene though is probably one of the funniest in the entire franchise. But
I wish the newcomers would stop tossing the wreckage into the bushes.
I'm always kind of scared to talk about Marvel stuff because like, I mean, at the moment Marvel is kind of like a basic thing to like, though I'm not really ashamed to say I like what I like. But I don't want to like have to deal with someone who's making fun of me.
I heard some Redguard woman turned her husband.
But I
into
just
a
like
dog.
Marvel
Imagine
movies,
that.
you know. I mean, for the most part, I call them junk food movies, where it's just a good fun thing to watch. You know, it's fun. It's like a thing that's, you know, we got funny jokes and a plot that's interconnected with the rest of the movies, and it's just fun to watch. It's not going to be like freaking Shakespeare or something. I don't know, but it's fun. I'm not ashamed to like that. I mean, in Guardians of the Galaxy, I mean, going to watch that movie because here's the thing, we stopped watching Marvel movies after No Way Home. Did I say Far From Home earlier? I probably did. No Way Home. So I don't think we've seen a Marvel movie since No Way Home, just period. We've watched the shows, but not the movies. So the only reason we went to go see this was because Mom wanted to go see it, because Mom wanted to finish off the trilogy, which really surprised me. She was really on board for checking out Guardians of the Galaxy, and I was like, okay, you know, we'll go see it. So we went and saw it last Sunday, and like, man. I mean, it was great. The only thing when you watched was Infinity War, and you really wasn't a fan. Wait, you didn't watch Endgame? You saw Infinity War, but not Endgame? Comfort food movies. That's a good one. Marvel movies failed to interest you now. They just kind of feel like Avengers in different flavors. You didn't? I'm kind of surprised at myself for not watching the newer movies, you know? I'm kind of surprised that I haven't seen Thor yet. I haven't seen Ant-Man yet, despite the fact that he's one of my favorites. But, okay. Let me tell you something that I really liked. Something that Marvel did last year that I really liked. In fact, my favorite Marvel thing, probably in the past several years, is the Moon Knight TV series. I love that series so much. I've never been so hooked on a show probably. I mean, like, it was just that good. I loved it. So I mean, they made some changes to the character, right? Like, they made him more condensed. They started, like, you know, they kind of like changing up some personalities, but when you're dealing with Marvel, you know, you're dealing with different universes, and so therefore you can have different versions of the character, so it doesn't really bother me much. But I just really liked it. Now with the Avengers was the idea of all them intertwined for 1 or 2 movies, and the novelty wore off, and that's everywhere you're tired of it. That's fair. Marvel, or your mother's a massive Marvel nut and watches everything. Has she talked about how she feels about Moon Knight? Does she like Endgame? I really liked Endgame. But Olivia does have a point. When the Avengers came out in, like, what was it, spring of 2012, like, it was electric. You know? Like, my brother got me to watch, you know, the Iron Man movies and Captain America and all that stuff. Thor, and then we went to the theater to watch Avengers, and it was a religious experience. Like, I don't know. I sound stupid talking about a Marvel movie. But I'm just saying, it was fun. You know, seeing them all cross over was fun. And then that itch scratched again for Endgame. You know? Seeing, like, Rocket Raccoon hang out with Iron Man was fun. You know, I really like the interactions. I still do. I think that's the only thing that keeps it from wearing off for me, is the addition of new characters interacting with each other. You know? It'll wear off once they run out of characters, but I don't know if they can. But, as long as they have new characters to interact with each other, then I think I'm gonna like the movies, because I just like seeing, like, completely polar opposites, you know, having a conversation, you know? Like, I don't know, let's just pick a random character interacting with, like, Moon Knight would be awesome. I was gonna say Captain America, Moon Knight, but there's a rumor that Moon Knight might even be in the new film. I don't know if he will be. I have not played the Guardians of the Galaxy game, but I heard that it was actually really good. I mean, I don't play a lot of games that aren't like Overwatch and ESO, but I do sometimes. But if it's single player, I probably won't do it, because I don't really have that much time. Man? Oh no, wait, no. I thought. Oh wait, no. What is this person? He's just like. You like teleported back down. I thought he was in the air for a second. I guess just being able to watch Spider-Man and not constantly hearing about Tony Stark. And well, I don't think you have to worry about hearing about Tony Stark much anymore. But. Is it too soon? Can I not say that? Now, you like just how 2000 Spider-Man was boomer mode. No, it's okay to like the oldies. Which sound, you know, okay, that was creepy. You did not need to do that. I mean, I also grew up with the old Spider-Man, but I don't remember watching it that much. I just remember, you know, that being he was Spider-Man when I was little, you know, like, you know, we had the Spider-Man Game Boy game and all that stuff. He was in the movies. I didn't really watch the movies much, but I just knew he was Spider-Man. You know, and then Andrew Garfield came along, and I remember I think I saw the first one. I didn't see the second. I liked it. Huge fan of Andrew Garfield. He's a great actor, right? I might even prefer him as Spider-Man over the others. And then Tom Holland showed up, and yeah, he first showed up in Civil War. I remember that. That was a big deal. So you guys prefer Toby? Yeah, I saw No Way Home in theaters. You know, everyone freaking out. You haven't even touched DC besides, like, both Batman and Telltale games? Yeah, I'm not a huge DC fan. The reason I'm not a huge DC fan is because, it's just less. I think it's less flashy, you know. Especially Batman stuff is just way too gritty and boring for me. Um, I mean, I like how Superman still has a legacy, right? I mean, who would have guessed that Superman still has a place in modern culture? You know, being that guy with the super colorful suit that has like all these powers, we're like nearly unstoppable. He's so retro, and I'm glad that he's still like in the spotlight. Hi, Reman. It's too dark and dirty for me. Okay, I gotta deliver the glyph, but we'll do dailies here first. I gotta remember what keyboard I'm gonna use. I think I'll take flashy over edgy, to be honest. I'll take flashy myself.
Rogue knights, druid prophecies, erupting
I feel really basic anytime I tell. It's like, oh, I'm a fan of Marvel. They're like, oh, you know, it's just. You mean the MCU? It's like, well, yeah, but I mean, like, I didn't grow up with the comics. I'm sorry.
seriously reconsidering my decision to move
I don't
to
know.
the archipelago.
I kind of feel like it's gatekeeping.
Sun and waves, not
Some
mere
people are like that. But I mean, like, in terms of like MCU films, it's very hard to make a film that I don't like. You know, I don't really. I guess there were a couple films that I didn't really like that much, but it takes a lot for me to not like a movie. It, especially if it's part of like a larger universe, because even if it's bad, it's just kind of like this is one part of the overarching universal world building. But so that being said, you know, it's not that I didn't have any problems, but personally, I didn't really mind the new Star Wars trilogy all that much. Like, again, I talked about The Force Awakens, right? I mean, like, we went and saw these movies in theaters when they came out, every single one. We even, like, watched all the previous movies before. We would go in and watch, you know, Star Wars movie. So, and I'm not new to Star Wars. I've liked it ever since I was a kid. Back when we grew up with the prequels and the Clone Wars. And so I've been really involved in, like, in the games as well. I've been really involved in, like, the lore of Star Wars and the shows and whatnot. Here's my perspective, is that, like, the last one, Rise of Skywalker, had some problems. It had fun stuff, but I mean, like, I kind of have a hard time deciding whether or not I would put Rise of Skywalker or Force Awakens beneath each other. I don't really know which one is, like, above the other. I would probably put Rise above Force Awakens if it came down to it. But if you know where this is going, you've probably already left. but yeah, I would put The Last Jedi on top. The Last Jedi was, it might even, I mean, it's probably not my favorite Star Wars movie of all time, but it's probably my second favorite. I really like The Last Jedi, right? Like, I loved it. I loved its direction. Sometimes it seemed like it kind of lost focus at occasions, but rewatching it felt a lot better. But, like, where it's strong, it's really strong, and I just really liked it. I don't understand everyone's complaints, to be honest. I just can't vibe with it. I really enjoyed it. I came out of that theater going like, that's gonna be the one that everyone's talking about, and I was right. It's just not the way that I thought. This look at stuff this way, it might suck to everyone else, but if you like it, then it was worth the watch. Yeah, see, exactly. It's... I just personally enjoy it. Watch Rise of Skywalker rooting for Palpatine the whole time. Well, here's the deal. All right, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this flat out. I don't understand why everyone. I'm not gonna get into that, Reedman. There's a lot of back and forth. We're not getting into Star Wars drama. There's been a lot of like. I think that was a bad idea, and then I think it was a good idea, but I'm not gonna get into that right now. Because it's just like that was one thing that was said once, and then he took it back, and everyone said, well, that was Disney saying take it back or we won't pay you anymore, and don't even get me started. But what was I saying? I was saying something. Damn it! What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so, I never understood why everyone complained about Palpatine showing back up. It doesn't make any sense. You know, ever since I was a kid, I knew that he showed back up in Legends, and I learned recently that he shows back up like three or four times in Legends. It's like, why is everyone bitching about him showing up once in the main canon, and then a zillion times in Legends? It doesn't make any sense at all. Zero. Zilch. Nonsense. I don't... Would you stop it? Freeman, there are no family-friendly policies. Christ. Star Wars and Marvel have not been affected by any Disney acquisition. They both feel the same than they did before Disney had bought them. Because Disney does not make them. Disney just puts them out. That's how it works. It's because he came out of nowhere with no explanations given, and he dies in a very lame way. To be fair, there's explanations given, it's just not in the movie. That's a complaint I have with the movie. They don't really talk about where he came from. It's just kind of like, here he is, and now he's gone. But, I mean, Palpatine's probably my favorite villain, like, in anything ever, to be honest. No, I agree. I agree they should have done an explanation in the movie. I definitely think there were things that they should have done in the movie that they didn't do. No, I agree. I just didn't mind Palpatine coming back. I thought Palpatine coming back was okay. I don't think of Palpatine's return as hurting Luke or even Anakin's legacy in any way. I think of Palpatine's return as a double tap, you know? Basically. Essentially just like, you know, the villain about to get up and then you just shoot him in the head. So many people hate post-season 6 Walking Dead, but you watch it to the end, find yourself enjoying it. Yeah, see, I feel that so many times. I feel that so many times. I used to let people's, like, opinions let me feel, let me tell me how to feel about things, right? And that's why I hated ESO. I hated ESO because everyone told me to hate it. That was back when I was really naive. And then I played ESO and I was like, wait a minute. I actually really, really like it. We're talking about Star Wars, kind of. The Galactic Empire is a fascist government. We don't praise fascist governments here. I know it's fictitious, but It does take from real life. If humans could destroy planets, we would have done it already. Whew. You don't know anything about Star Wars? Ugh. This is spicy. Also, one good thing that came out of The Last Jedi, among other things, is Crate. I love Crate so much. It's my favorite Star Wars planet, just period. You know that planet that they go into at the very, very end, where it's just like a bunch of salt flats? It's just like pure white nothingness until you go underground, where it's like super sparkly red crystals. Best planet in the franchise. I keep trying to go there in Battlefront 2, but like to get to the really good map, you gotta play online. You have to wait for it to be in queue. It's so annoying. But yeah, no, I don't have any issues with The Last Jedi and its handling of its characters, really. I do agree that people say Finn is wasted potential, and I want to agree. I see where they're coming from. I don't really think that it's fully true, though, because Finn's story is probably not done. I see them doing more with the character. I don't know if Boyega's going to come back, but with enough money, maybe. I mean, like, we're getting that new movie coming up, so I think that if Finn does show up, they can do a lot with his character and just make up for it. He deserves that, because... Crap, press the wrong button. Finn, like, really could just be the best character in the trilogy if they just handled him more correctly. More correctly. This game, to recreate Star Wars vibe, is not the actual Star Wars MMO. What's No Man's Sky? I play No Man's Sky sometimes on stream. It's been a while, though. But, we used to play it a lot, all the time. It is really good. I mean, when it came out, when No Man's Sky came out, everyone like mocked it and said it was a failure. Look at it now, you know. Like they could have easily just let it go, but they kept going, and they won like best ongoing game or something a couple years ago at the Game Awards or something. Like, go and watch that video. It's just so good to watch. We're focusing more on Rey and General Hux. If you have a portal, feel free to visit your planet. Just Our Cruiser is always floating above your village in case they rebel. Biggest post-launch success story ever. I mean, I remember hearing, like, rumors, like the developer has gone missing, like, last we heard of him, he's become an alcoholic, and, like, he won't talk to anybody. There were all these, like, really gross rumors out there. And then, I bought it in, like, 2018, when it really started to take off. There's no way I'm going to survive that. Let's see, let me think of another game. Because there are other games I play. Sometimes I play them on stream. Sometimes. But, well, obviously Minecraft. I'm a huge Minecraft fan. It's in my top 5 games. Who here plays Deep Rock Galactic? Anyone heard of it? It's a pretty good game. I think they're just getting a new update or something. Deep Rock is essentially like Minecraft but with guns and aliens. It's a mining game where you're trying to like achieve goals with your friends. It's like up to 4 players, and you have to worry about these like creatures that are on the planet, and it can be like you can have the highest of highs and lowest of lows playing that game. It's really spicy. Hearts of Iron 4, never heard of it, to be honest. Not saying it's bad, I'm just saying I heard of it. Played at the same time as ESO in 2020. Lived on both games for months. Nice. I played Hunt for a while. Hunt Showdown. I played that, which I thought was pretty sweet. I like the aesthetic. I just couldn't like deal with all the other players. They were way too good for me. We've been playing a new game lately called it's called Pulsar Lost Colony. It's like a game that was just made in Unity. You know, you can tell that it's just made in Unity, but I'm having a blast with it. Like I don't know if it would be fun, as much fun alone, but like with other people, it's really fun. But like, don't expect like super good graphics or anything. It's just mostly a fun factor. Watch Dogs Legion. Your boyfriend tried Ghost Recon Wildlands, classic Ubisoft jank, but with others, it's legitimately hilarious. Who makes Battlefield? I don't remember. Do you guys know? Is that Ubisoft? Because, like, back in the day, I used to play a ton of Battlefield. Like, I'm talking Battlefield 1942, the Vietnam War one. I used to do a lot of it. And, like, I recall doing that. This was, like, back in 2008 and 9. DICE? Okay, DICE make them. This was, like, probably, I think 2008, 9, 10. It's probably around when I really played it. I had to stay out of school for a long time, because I got the swine flu, and I spent days unconscious, I think, from what I understand. But like when I wasn't, I remember playing Battlefield. We had it on PC, on this old tower PC. You ever recall Battlefield on your original Xbox as a kid? Did anyone here ever play Spore? We played tons of Spore. It was like the hot game back in the day. Naruto. You did remember coming with the retail copy of Sims 3? Yeah, that's because it was the same people, right? It was Maxis, right? You can play it for like 5 minutes or something. Feel like time something and you didn't get it. So many sounds. It's definitely like a slower game. You're literally evolving, and that takes time. Ugh. We just got a new Zelda. Does anyone play Zelda games? I'm not familiar with Black and White, personally. You wanna play A Link to the Past? I didn't play Roller Coaster Tycoon. I played Roller Coaster Factory, which is different, but I played a lot of that. Roller Coaster Factory 2. Animal Gods over Micros. It sounds familiar. So I mean, like, I haven't played all that many Zelda games, but I played a few. But I have to say that Majora's Mask is my favorite. I really enjoyed Majora's Mask. Wait, what did I do wrong? Oh, wait, no. It's this guy.
I wish you...
Nothing. Ugh. Yeah, I didn't... We got PS1 games somewhat, but I didn't really play the PS1. Aside from PC, my first gaming console was a PS2. Back in 2007. We got Lego Star Wars. We got like Wipeout Thunder. Sorry, not Wipeout Thunder. Hydro Thunder. Sonic Riders. I actually didn't grow up with Spyro, which seems odd. But I have played through the entire first Spyro game. I still have nightmares of treetops. I played a lot of the Reignited trilogy as well. You grew up with the bad Spyro games apparently? Oh, the Elijah Wood ones? Now they have their fans. I have a lot of GameCube games that I grew up with, but only because my cousin had them, and we would visit him sometimes. You know? But like, they were still part of my childhood. We're talking like, Melee. I was raised on Super Smash Bros. Enter Dragonfly and A Hero's Tale? Wait, man, I need to get a catalog of every Spyro game. You know, soda does really help the spiciness. So you should talk about Ataris with Mom and Dad. They like to talk about the Atari. So, in case you're wondering, like, how I got to playing, like, what's my parents' like history with games? Because you know I do play with them. We'll be playing tomorrow. Well, later today, obviously, because it's Saturday, and also on Sunday. But basically, like, my dad used to play old games. We're talking Doom, right? He played Doom back in the day. You remember when it came out? He likes to talk about when he played He played Wolfenstein when that came out. And he really loved playing them, like, a lot. To the point where he had to put it away because, you know, it was getting in the way of responsibilities. So he just kind of dropped playing games and he never picked them back up. Fast forward to, like, you know, probably like 20 years or something to, like, 2015. And we were bored, like, one afternoon. I think it was a Sunday. And we've been playing Minecraft on the Xbox. I had it on PC at the time, but I could only play like with other people on Xbox. So we were like, hey, we have 4 controllers. Why don't we just play? You know, they haven't played games, you know, in so long. But they were like, yeah, why not? We're all bored. So we all booted up Minecraft and made a new map. I remember that exact session in the house that we built and all that. And we just kept playing and playing and playing and playing until eventually they got it on PC because they were tired of using controllers. And then we all started playing on PC, and we kept playing Minecraft a lot, like all the time. And then we played No Man's Sky, and then ESO came out, or at least we got into ESO, and we've been doing that. You're gonna go through the single player games constantly. Go through the entire Mass Effect trilogy when the remaster came out. I thought I'd been hearing some kind of Mass Effect news recently. I don't remember what it was. I heard the term Mass Effect tossed around on Twitter. I could be wrong. The 4th game, whenever that's happening. Oh, sweet. So, like, so, I mean, sometimes, I'm pretty sure, I mean, Mom and Dad might play this game more than I do at this point. I don't know. But, I mean, my dad knows how to do some stuff that I don't even know how to do in ESO. Specifically crafting-wise, he's so much better at crafting than I am. But, you know. So it's really fun to play together. And I like to teach, right? When we encounter new things, I like to teach stuff. It's fun. My words are still limited right now because it's so spicy. Once I'm done, though, and we're gonna do the dungeon, okay?
Druid prophecy, erupting volcanoes. If it's not one thing, it's another. Surely the mainland doesn't have these kinds of problems.
No, we don't have those kinds of problems.
For us, a mainlander hero was around to lend a hand. Still, I'm seriously reconsidering my decision to move to the archipelago. I was promised sun and waves, not near-death experiences.
And apparently she's from the mainland. Why didn't she just tell her, yeah, no, these things happen all the time? Deciding whether or not to attempt Service Hall Veteran today? Yeah, because you did Veteran Balsanar, didn't you? You posted about it. I still haven't done that. Martyr Sacrifices is so punishing. It is so punishing. The Nord boss is, like, the worst. I also seem to have a really hard time in Shipwrights regret veteran. I don't know if everyone else has that issue, but I do. Give me a second. You avoided the Year of the X dungeons since we're going through everything chronologically. Base game takes forever. Yeah, people will argue you when you use the term chronologically. Don't get me started. Gotta get to the Hermamora stuff. But yeah, so the whole chronological order thing, the way that I see it is that, like, chronological order for ESO is pretty much just in release order, you know? You can do it any other way, just do it release order. And so if you were to ask me, like, my perspective in lore, if I think what happened first or what, I would just say it's release order. But not, there's no source, but, you know, my personal opinion. Those with content in release order, yeah. So like for example, let me tell you something. Let's go here. You're doing all 3 sets of alliance zones before we tackle the main quest. And Colbert to make it a bit more. Man, I should do more questing. Alright, here we go. Check this out. It's kind of foggy this morning, but actually I could just set this keyboard on top of my current keyboard. That'd be nice. I'm looking for it. I have to get closer. By the way, this road going up here, that could lead us to, like, Bravo. We might get it at some point, maybe. For those Cyrodiil fans. It's not clear enough right now. Well, when it is clear enough, you can see white gold from here, right? You can see white gold tower from here, but I guess it's not clear enough to see it yet. But you can. So the thing about white gold, yeah, it should be around here somewhere. The thing about white gold is that, oh wait, I think that's it right there. is that it has nothing over it. You know, it's just White Gold Tower. There's no there's no dolmen or anything. And it's like, well, why not? You know, you'd expect there to be one because there's one when you go to Cyrodiil. It's like, it's probably like, you know, stop the plane meld, and then, because that's like base game, and then Daedric War happens, and then Dragons happen, and then Grey War happens, and then this happens. Because you don't see anything over the White Gold Tower. Well, anything about Cyrodiil or the Battlefields Crotsford? Yeah. But I mean, like, then there's like Skyrim, which had Ragnar the Red, the song, and in it they mentioned like Rorikstead being part of the song, but like Rorikstead is a relatively new settlement because like the guy who founded it is just kind of walking around, and I mean the song existed before Skyrim, and it also just sounds weird that the song would be have a new village name in it. I don't know. The song sounds older than this actual village, but. Anyway. So. Now, that I can probably speak better, I'm going to bring this up just because it's been brought up before. So, a lot of people talk about what is the order for ESO, and then some people are going to toss out, you know, the Elder Scrolls Online is during a dragon break, you know. That's why these things are happening and you can do them in whatever order. And to that, I don't agree. Dragon breaks are a lot more complicated than that. And there's a few other things that I think should be taken into account. ESO is essentially a larger ratio of what an Elder Scrolls game usually is. So, Daggerfall ending moment, yes. So, for example, you know, in Skyrim, you have the exact same kind of things going on like you do in ESO. It's just on a smaller scale. So it's like, did the Dragonborn, you know, stop the dragons before or after they defeated Marak, you know, or is it like when does the Dragonborn free Serana from like a prison? And it's like, you can do it in whatever order you want, you know? And it's like, sure, there's no solid, this is what they did first, or whatnot. And I think kind of that's how you're supposed to look at it for ESO. It's like, all these things going on, but it's like, well, what really happened first? I think the best thing to think of is probably just release order. But for the most part, you shouldn't just jump into a Dragon Break. There's a lot more going on with Dragon Breaks, you know, than that. It's kind of like solving a shootout with a nuclear bomb, in my opinion. It's not that big of an issue. I don't think you need to bring Dragon Breaks into it. For ESO, you always looked at it as a passage of time, right? A lot of people just find an issue because they're like, wait, you know, it's all in 5.8 too, and that's true. But I don't think they can move the year forward. It's just a very busy year. And also, here's another thing. A Dragon Break does not mean that time does not pass. Dragon Breaks do have time that passes. Otherwise, everyone would be going like, wait a minute, why is it still 5.8.2? A Dragon Break does not mean that time stops and does not continue. It just means that time is insanely chaotic and events are happening like that contradict each other until they reach a bottleneck. So, people who say like it's got to be a Dragon Break because the time doesn't progress, that time progresses during a Dragon Break. The longest Dragon Break was like 1,008 years, I believe, because they were able to track time by following the shooting stars in the sky. So I mean, like, granted, that was the Middle Dawn, which is like the most overwhelmingly powerful Dragon Break that ever existed to our knowledge. So that is kind of an extreme example, but I mean, like, even the Warp in the West, you know, we have like a general date of when it happened. You separate gameplay from passage of time and what's done first and what isn't. So that brings me to what I talked about recently earlier this week. I think it was on Monday. I talked about this on Twitter. When it came to Tamrielic languages and their importance and like, are we seeing English or are we seeing Tamrielic just being translated into English for our own benefit? And you could say that, but there are times when things in lore actually reference real letters, like English letters. Like, for example, there's a cult in Vardenfell, right? There's a cult that kind of hangs out around here, I think. It's called the Nicotic Cult. This cult read an ancient script that had the Daedric letters CLAVI. And they read it as Nikot, as if it was English, because they just thought it was like weird looking letters written in Tamrielic. It was actually Daedric trying to write out Clavicus Vile's name, but they read it like it was Tamrielic, and therefore they came up with the name Nikot, because they were just reading it like letters like you and I would, because we just think that the Daedric looks like English. In this case, it's just Tamrielic, or whatever. So it's like you're actually looking at real letters that they would use in lore, and so it's like, you know, that's for accessibility, right? I made a post about this on Twitter. It's for accessibility, and accessibility will come first. Not always, but it will usually come first. And so, like, it's like this. It's like, when you're playing an Elder Scrolls game, I'm not getting hungry, I'm not getting thirsty. You know, when I'm in first person, my character doesn't blink all the time, right? That's for accessibility. That's so that you can enjoy the world, because it's a thing that you don't really even care about, you know? You're not going to care about getting hungry or thirsty, and you're not going to be caring about blinking. Just like when you're wanting to read things, you're going to want it to be in a language that you can understand. Yes, there are other languages, right? There are other languages. If you want your fictional language to translate, you know, just go ahead and look at Aelia Dune or Ta'agra or something, because there are plenty of others. But, you know, as it is, you should probably just kind of accept that, you know, the Tamrielic is just English. This is how it is, you know? We've got 12 months in the year as well. Suspend your disbelief when it comes to gameplay mechanics, yeah. Yeah, you're just gonna think too hard about it. And sometimes maybe I think too hard about things that were never really meant to be thought about, I guess. But accessibility usually comes first. So I that's why ESO is definitely like, you can do whatever in whatever order is for accessibility, and I guess they could explain it if they want to, but I think for the most part, it's just that these events are happening. You gotta play through them. Whatever order they're in doesn't necessarily matter that much, but they did happen. They are canon. Though, I think if you wanted to make a strong argument, it would probably just be release order. Because, for example, you're going to meet Evolie, you know, Evolie Sharp-Arrow in one place, and then you'll meet her in another. And Evolie Sharp-Arrow will reference the past DLC, but she won't reference the future DLC in the past. That's because, you know, the DLC wasn't out yet. So, I think even, like, if you're approaching it from the release order perspective, I think it just makes the most sense to accept that as the order things would be in. And I think it's just the most fun. But game of focus to more focus. It's up to the player. Yeah, I call this method of, like, letting players choose. I usually bring this up when it comes to how ESO handles lore. There's this method that I call the Kirby method. And this method is based on the idea when they were making Kirby games at the very beginning. They decided that they wanted to make games that could be played harder if the player chooses to, or it could be played easier if the player doesn't want to encounter a bunch of troubles. So they let Kirby just fly over the entire stage if the player wanted to, and avoid the troubles, or they could, you know, take the enemies head on. And so that's kind of how ESO handles lore. Actually, the Elder Scrolls in general, for a long time, has handled lore this way. in the way that it's not really overly complex at the very, like, the quest isn't overwhelmingly complex to the point where you can't, like, understand what's going on or you might feel lost. It's just kind of a general story. Like what we got last year, we got a lot of MacGuffins and stuff, right? MacGuffins are usually involved. But if a player wants to look deeper into these stories, you'll find some really good stuff that ZOS has kind of planted there, but it doesn't make it mandatory for the game. Like, the player can completely not know these things and still enjoy their adventure, but the lore-focused player will be like, I see the details here that are being dropped for me, you know? And it's really not that easy, I'm sure, to do that. But it's up to the player. It's the player's choice. And that's the thing that this game's really focused on. So they want to make it so that anyone can do anything, and it's kind of spoiled me to a degree, because like when I pick up Final Fantasy or I pick up World of Warcraft to play it for a while, there's like this shock where it's like, oh, I can't go here, I can't do this, you know? I mean, like, not being able to do things, I guess, makes sense, but not being able to go places kind of makes me sad. I'm just like, can't go there. Or even worse than that, it's like you can't do this with your friend, because your friend is like a different alliance. I think they changed that though. But we don't push away the main player base by overcomplicated quests and stories, but allow a lot of room for learners to study. Makes sense, exactly. So a lot of the stories seem really basic at first, you know. Take the Reach for example. I'm not going to spoil the Reach, because the Reach is, personally, you know, we're all different, but personally, the Reach was one of my favorites, one of my favorite DLCs. But there's lore in it that honestly went completely over my head, because I just didn't really know a lot at that point. Completely over my head. And then I went back, and I looked at stuff, and I was like, oh, I completely missed some of these things, and it just makes it better looking back on it, keeping those things in account. But like, you know, a player doesn't have to know that stuff. They just play the game. I mean, like with Morrowind, the plot was kind of complicated with Morrowind. You know, it's like you're trying to learn about this prophecy, you know, involving this guy who's like a reincarnation of a guy who was friends with Vivec and died during this big event, and it's like, it's kind of a little bit much, right? I mean, I don't want to say that Elder Scrolls has gotten more casual. I think that it's just the fundamental lore is still there. Just picking it up and playing it is more accessible. Are we going to first stream plan drop? Also, 5 GS tribute games back to back. Do we need to talk about the Spear story? Do we need to talk about the Sermons of Vivec? Am I going to do this here? Okay. Alright. So, here we go. Are you ready? No, I'm not going to read nothing. I'm not going to read nothing. Give me a second. Oh man, I should write down lessons. My bad. That'll work. No, it doesn't work. That's also a really dumb idea. Oh, it's just, okay. It just calls them the 36 lessons. Okay, so here's something. One, I'm missing a lot of these. I don't have all of them. I don't know where to find them, but I'm still looking. But also, I totally have 37. Where's 37? Huh. Anyway, here's something you gotta remember about Vivec. Vivec is a warrior poet. He is a poet. He is a liar. He is incredibly smart, but also he's not straightforward. People read these things with way too literal of an outlook. Way too literal. And so, like, all this stuff about Molag Bal and all this stuff that everyone thinks, that everyone mentions all the time, I'm just like, come on. Like, it's I mean, nothing of these things makes sense, you know? There's just so much of this that just doesn't make any sense historically or anything of the sort. It's just a bunch of kind of holy texts that sound really fun when you're reading it with a southern accent, pacing back and forth behind a podium, and then someone says amen in the back. That's what these are good for. There's a lot of wisdom in them. There's a lot of wisdom in them, and there's even a lot of deep lore that he knows, you know, about certain beings like Daedra princes and other Daedra. But there's a lot of stuff that doesn't line up as well. You know, you just wish you never read it. Vivek is a loser. You have to like. You don't have to like him. You don't have to like him if you don't want to. But yeah, I mean, so I don't know. People take it too seriously. Evan always talking about. I'm not saying that you were, but a lot of people actually like just straight up believe it because they heard someone tell them in a YouTube video, right? But Vivek is a poet. He's a good one. He's a good one. Is this the one about Lyrock? Yes. I had this one as a lore fact recently. Hey, thank you, Kovash, for the raid. I'm sorry that I don't have an animation for that right now. I know the stream looks really low quality, but I'm dealing with things right now, you know. Like, I still haven't added my new raid animation, so it's not there. And my camera's gone, so this looks really pathetic. But we're bringing up the sermons. Also, yeah, I didn't make a sound because I just don't have anything set up yet. Chill stream. That's just kind of my streams, mostly chill streams. But yeah, so basically, like, read through the sermons and you know, it'll be like you'll start to realize that this is just kind of the indoctrinated text. Vivek is a liar, you know. If him holding a gun to his people's heads and saying, you know, you will love me, isn't good enough to convince you that he's not mentally stable, then I don't know. But what I really love about the sermons is that it's just the writing is godly. It is divine. It is like, as someone that was raised like deeply Christian, you know, the lessons are just like right out of the Bible, and I think it's just so cool that someone could just write that, you know, in the modern day. Well, it was 20 years ago, but or a poet more like Doofus Poet destroyed. Bardal moment. But I mean, like, these sermons are just so well crafted, you know? They're just so brilliantly crafted. Like, you could just sit there and study these, and people at the UESP have, people who are way smarter than me have studied them, and so I mean, you can go to the UESP and we'll have like little bits that like link to other pages. We'll have I'm guessing, you know, certain people think that it's a really a sure thing that they're talking about certain things, so you can go, oh, they're talking about Shia Gorath here or something. Hi Govarash, how you doing? But yeah, so these are, oh, I just had to open to 14. I'm sorry. I just picked a random one and it had to be 14. 14's the one, right? 14's the one, isn't it? I think it is. Yeah. UESP is a godsend. There's a lot of hardworking people at the UESP. I have some people think that I'm Mr. UESP because I'm the streamer, but like I try to tell people, I'm like, you have no idea how little I do compared to the super hard workers at the UESP that should just, you know, they deserve all the praise. I just kind of say things. Gizzo wasn't cooperating with you today, so he ended up playing Terraria and said, I was reading just some Twitter comments about people about Terraria earlier, just for some reason. They were talking about like how when they're bored with Minecraft they go to Terraria, and then when they get bored of Terraria they go to Minecraft, and they just keep circling just for all time. I've also played quite a bit of Terraria. I sometimes play the soundtrack because it's really nostalgic for me. Oh hey, sweet. Crap. So my camera is out because I'm using an external keyboard right now, and it's taking up my USB slot. So I can't have my camera. So instead, I'm now a PNG tuber, I guess. Enjoy. I've noticed an increase in viewers ever since I started doing this. I'm gonna try not to be insulted. I'm missing two of these. I'm gonna, oh wait, oh I still have to, okay, that's right. Okay, I'm gonna turn this one in before I completely forget. And then we're gonna do a dungeon, and pray it's not Martial Sacrifices. Should I do a random vet, guys, or should I do a random normal? What would you have me do? Do you guys want to punish me, or what? Random vet or random normal? Playing a challenge where you have to switch classes after every boss event. You put all your range stuff to fight EOC. Only to have the exact night you wanted to fight it be a blood moon. Oh no. Random vet. Imagine this March of Sacrifices. Something in me is telling me that it's going to be Celine's Web. I don't know why. I feel like I just got like a premonition. You're placing your bets on Cradle of Shadows. I would prefer Cradle of Shadows over March of Sacrifices. So what ended up happening was the range fight EOC, lost, swap to mage fight EOC again, lost again, swap to summoner with a single blood moon extended right after you summon Abigail, and then now back to melee. What is EOC again? What's EOC stand for? It's been a while since I've played, and it might have even been something that they added after my time of playing a lot.
This is taking longer than I'd planned.
Oh, okay. That's right, Mr. First Boss, the one that I've no doubt taken out the most, just because he just kept summoning it on repeat. Just like, should we fight again? Should we fight it again? Should we fight it again? Okay, here we go. Alright guys, I am going to do a random vet for Otter. I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of scared, like, I feel like either it's going to be something really hard, or it's going to be something really boring. I don't know which. But again, my soul keeps saying Celine. My soul keeps saying Celine. That's bad.
Stand up. The Lord Warden rules summary execution.
Alright. Imagine Elden Hollow 1. Oop, not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. Does anyone here remember the glitch for White Gold Tower? Do you remember how White Gold Tower used to be so glitched that the final boss would not die because shield generators would not go down? That was really, really bad. It was so bad that, like, it would be torture to be in that dungeon. My friend Drizzy paid me $20 to do White Gold Tower on Veteran because of that glitch. $20. I took it, obviously. If someone dies during Final Boss, they cannot be revived under any circumstance. I guess I've never encountered that because I don't let anyone die. If someone dies, I'm on a new keyboard. It's very uncomfortable. One thing I gotta say about ESO is that it, even like early content, looks really good. I mean, some of the clothing textures and stuff of the early game is pretty meh, but like landscapes and stuff look pretty sweet. And this is one of the first dungeons, and the lighting is really good. Can I see through? Especially the lighting still looks great. Here's the Overfiend.
Intruder, the flesh sculptor is not to be disturbed.
Oh, that's right. We get to do the really disturbing boss. Fun. I have so many screenshots. You guys would not believe how many screenshots I have. And that's just on this computer. I started using this computer probably less than a year after I got into the game, I think. But just fashion and landscapes. That took way too long. Hold on. Oh, spot bolts.
Your next target. Go. His laboratory is just up ahead.
Yeah, Leron's like old voice was a little tiny bit higher pitched, but just a little bit. She was sure. Still trying to get the vibe of this really thin keyboard. Like, swapping my weapons feels weird. There we go. Wait, do we want to free anybody? Pull the lever. I just realized I specifically chose a shirt for this stream, but it doesn't matter what shirt I'm wearing. You can't see it. It's a good shirt too. It's basically just a radio show at this point. It's a podcast. Would you guys listen to a weather podcast? No, hold on. Whoa, my goodness. The guy's saying just jump down. Lore moment. I could use the podcast for a lot of things. I already have a name for it. I mean, it would basically just be like a podcast about general, like, I mean, it would probably be mostly Elder Scrolls, but I could talk about other things that I like. There's a lot of good podcasts for the Elder Scrolls if you want that, you know. Lore Seekers, the Lore Cast. Yeah, if I had a podcast, I'd call it The Overcast. It'd be really great if I just did Overwatch, but... I hate this portion so much. This portion always makes me think of, like, those grave mine levels in Halo 3. You know the ones. Yeah, I've been waiting to use that name, but I don't have time for a podcast right now. I am most certainly not a famous internet person, so hey, nice. I already stream like 35 hours a week, pretty much, and I work 40, so I spend a lot of time pretty much doing a podcast, but with a camera. Hey.
Let's see if you're still blushing when we stick your head on a...
Please don't stand in the middle. Hopefully they know what to do, because I don't want to do this multiple times. It makes me sad. Come on, come on! I love it when he says impossible. Like when he's just trying to like hit your friend like really hard, and then you like just interrupt him, like stop him from hitting your friend. He just goes, impossible! Like, you can't do that. Ah, shit. Oh my god. I used my ult. I used the wrong button. Well, at least it hit people. God damn it. I pressed Z instead of X. I've never done that before in my life. It's because of this weird keyboard. Impossible! I hate this boss. It makes me so sad. There we go. Impossible! How did you hit me? This guy seriously just like, then perish. Then perish. We're just gonna fight the Atros? Is that what we're gonna do? Because you're not really doing the nade thing, you're just wanting to fight the Atros. I don't want to do this, but... Okay, we lost him. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna commit reviving barrier for 3 of us. I'm gonna res the tank. Here we go, 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 here we go. Here we go! He really wants us to perish. Ah, crap, he died again! Is that my fault? Whoa! Come on, come on, come on! Ow! No! Okay, so, here's the problem. These guys don't know how to do the mechanic. They just don't. Which is okay. I should tell them how to do it. It's really hard typing with this thing. I mean, I'm just not used to it, you know, but... Okay, yeah, it's, oh my bad, I thought you just had to heavy attack those things. Oh, well, oop. Okay. Okay, so it's always good to communicate. You know, communication's important. Can you think of anywhere where communication is not important? Playing charades, I guess, is cheating, isn't it? How dare you! So here we go, here we go. Find some flesh nades. Oh man. Come on, come on, come on. No! That was way off. Okay, well, I've got ult in case it gets a little hairy. So I use an armor set called Trinmax Valor, which I think it helps my recovery. It drops an AOE that does some damage and also boosts my shield, I think, which I very much depend on because I use Reviving Barrier religiously. Here we go again. Here we go again. I didn't do that very well. I did not do that good at all. That was not great. That was... Yeah. This is embarrassing. It's not even clever, he just says have some tainted flesh. Have some tainted flesh. I kinda wanna run, I kinda wish I ran. Use the nades. Please, 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 please. I think I got him. I think I got him. Use more nades. I don't see anyone using the nades. Please use the nades. Come on, come on, come on! Interrupt. Does anyone else think that I'm pretty much just the only one doing these things? Almost there. Yeah.
Grave-like sentry is all that remains between us and the Warden.
I like how she says that, makes it sound like there's not much left to do, but there's so much more. This is like one of the longer dungeons. Without secrets even. Dang, what was that? Sorry, man. A way out. One way out. One way out. One way out.
Thanks to you.
And here we get the Aelid architecture. It's pretty sweet. Some Aelid ruins underneath white and gold and Imperial City, I guess. Oh, everything is blue and red. Moloch Ball already has so many Daedra. Why does he want the mortal realm? Aelids. You wanna know the funniest thing about Aelids? Well, one of the funny things about Aelid lore was like back in the Morrowind days, they didn't really know what they were gonna do with the Aelids, and so they had a book that they wrote. I think it's just called The Wild Elves. It was a book talking about how like we don't even really know much about the Aelids, and you don't even really see them much in history. It was like what the book said, and it's like, dude, you can't toss a stone without seeing an Aelid thing. They're everywhere. So they kind of went back on that. Maybe the guy was just the most clueless scholar to ever exist. Maybe he was just a total dummy. Maybe he was an Aelid denier or something. He like just denies the existence of Aelids. It's like Aelids didn't build these things. It's like in the future when we do end up encountering like alien civilizations and and stuff. Like we're gonna have people that believe that humans built these things and that aliens did not. You know, it's like the whole Stonehenge pyramid thing, but backwards. You're like, nah, aliens didn't build that, bro. That was humans. It's obvious. Here's a YouTube video about it. They're putting chemicals in Lake Lumiere. Don't drink the water in Lake Lumiere. Who was doing that anyway? Oh boy. I've turned the Alessian slaves free. Okay, alright, hold on. God, I wish there was a way to do this faster. I wish there was a way to do this fast.
They mean to escape. Slay them.
What do you mean we mean to escape? We literally broke into the prison. I appreciate that you guys went ahead without me. I think maybe the Lord Warden should get a goddamn hobby. So many enemies, it's like this is freaking Dynasty Warriors or something. Ow! Don't die on me! God. Gave you an order. Now I feel bad. Man, that did not hold up well, did it?
I see you,
Dude, you have like 16 eyes, and there's like 4 of us in a goddamn hallway. I'd be insanely surprised if you didn't see us. Alright, time to check the books. Time to hit the books.
The intruders are coming, Lord Warden.
You've allowed them far enough! Fail here, and I'll feed you to the abomination!
Sir, this is a Wendy's. Darn, element of surprise ruined. Don't stand in the green. Don't stand in the green. You okay? Necromancers go first. Kill the Necromancers first, then boss. That's how it always goes, but I didn't let him know that.
The Warden calls you to serve, prisoner.
He's mad because he's scared. And he should be.
You serve the Lord Warden now.
This is a pretty big increase in like dungeon quality. Like, if you had just done base games and you just jumped to this, because this was their first like dungeon DLC, this is pretty good. It's a pretty solid DLC dungeon experience. There we go. All the Necromancers down. Don't have to worry about them anymore. Just focus on the poor Grave Light Sentry, who will currently be fed to the Abomination. Yeah, it's a pretty decent jump. But like, by the time these dungeons came out, I don't even think I was interested in the Elder Scrolls, so... I mean, like, I played Skyrim when it came out, right? I didn't, like, beat it, and I didn't play it seriously. And I made a Khajiit character and stuff, and I just messed around. And, the franchise was basically called Skyrim for all I knew. That's how I was. Until, like, 2017, 16, you know? I wonder what that is. Mine. Pork. 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 Definitely pork. Why can't we just jump to the next boss? I think I'm just bad. I'm a bad healer. I am not good. I'm good at two things, basically. I'm good at counting. And that's just about it. Harvester. Gotta remember to interrupt the interruptible enemies, because I'm not really seeing a whole lot of that. I always played a dungeon with like a bunch of CP-810s because I was the cat back in the day. They didn't really even know how to bash. They didn't really know that. I mean, we were trying to do Bloodroot Forge. I was stuck in there for like 2.5 hours. They didn't know how to bash. You wish that were you? You wish that you were being bashed? You want to be bashed? ain't gonna pull. Oh, that you could count. You bashed enough for being a healer. Alright, buddy. Ow, 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 ow. And, okay, here we go. It's the abomination time. There he is. I'm gonna put an icon over his head, just in case they lose him.
Your corpses will join with the abomination.
Boom. Boom. Man, I was trying to back out of that. I guess this gives me an excuse to relax for a second. Do they not care about? Oh, yeah. No, this is a bad time for you to do that, my dude. Not a great time for you to do that. This is where the tank keeps himself alive and tries to resurrect people. My dad actually did this once. I've got a clip of it. Where he, like, kept tanking, kept himself alive for, like, 10 minutes or something. Somehow, without dying. I don't even know how he did it. And then he ended up, like, rezzing one of us, and then we rezzed everyone else. We won the boss. He likes to talk about that. He showed the clip, I think, to his coworkers, even though they have no idea what's going on. But hey, he was proud of it. That was like back in, God, I don't know. I want it somewhere in 2020 of it. You're saying, go, tank, go. I was like, I think the tank should just die. Oh my god, it's just being swarmed. It's like Noble 6. Dude, you might end up saving our lives, but you ain't saving time, that's for sure. I'm real okay. I was really wishing I didn't die. Stop talking about using my flesh. And here we go! Oh my gosh. I've been hit with a DOT. If everyone gathers round, I can drop. Okay, here we go. Here. No. Wait. Almost. Oh, no, go. I want to make sure that everyone gets my shields, but I don't think they are. Let's try it. Nice! I like to think I helped. We almost got it. Almost got it. As long as he doesn't do anything unexpected and destructive. Boom. Luno before he even hit the... Oh my god, imagine if that killed us. Imagine if that all killed us. What would happen? Would we all just get up because we killed the boss or what? What the heck? Okay.
In my experience, flesh atronachs are tools of the dim-witted. Get moving. The way out is ahead, past the last...
She's talking over herself. What if you were a necromancer character and you had that, like, flesh atro thing? She'd be insulting you flat out. Oh, hey! It's like my old gym. First part, super easy. Kind of gets harder as it goes along. I call this area the trials. Even though it's a dungeon, not a trial, but I call this area the trials. There's 3 trials. Obviously, the easiest is first. Our hardest trial is teamwork. Get everyone to pull the levers at the same time. Ow! Alright, we know how to pull a lever. Let's go. Oh wait, there's only one at first. Okay, well that's fine. Oh boy. Don't pull, don't pull, don't pull. Don't pull, don't pull. Not until everyone's through the doors. Come on, come on. Don't pull, don't pull, don't pull. Don't pull. No, no, you gotta get through before they pull. Don't. Ah. Is it not close anymore? Oh shit. I totally thought it... I'm sorry. I totally thought it closed. I remember it closing. I deserve this, actually. I deserve that. That was my fault. Feel free to say terrible things about me. Thank you, Bo D. I knew I could count on you. Also, hi. Yeah, I mean, I was worried the doors were gonna close. Maybe they changed it because I could have sworn the doors would close. I don't understand. I look stupid now. I don't know what my brain process was there. Hi guys! Shit. Okay, what is going on? Is this my fault? Wait, Res Sewers moment. Oh, this person's got to relog. Okay. Okay, we're gonna wait though. Okay, so we just kind of wait here then. Man, is it like Tiny Netch Day? This is completely forgotten. Y'all have so many little additional buddies. I've got my purple buddy. Oh, they're back already? Oh my god. How fast is your internet, bro? I did not expect that at all. No. I gotta watch where I'm stepping. The zombies off me. And down with the harvester. Down with the harvester. Alright, and here we go. Okay, here we go. I guess it works. Can I, like, give them different icons to be cool? Let's give them, like, different icons. Should have given the Templar the star thing, but... I should have given the Necromancer the skull, too. I wasn't even thinking, but now it's all weird. The Necromancer's gotta have the skull. I don't know. It feels wrong. Hey you, bro! Stop. Enough. There we go. We're gonna clean this up right quick. Where's the totem? Where's the totem? I don't know where the totem is. Oh, there it is. Thank you for the lurk, buddy. Guys, okay, we're not even gonna bother with the totem then, fine. Don't even bother with the totem. Templar's next. Ah, yeah. You're all that's left, buddy. Gotcha. Yeah. Blah. I'm not fast enough. Okay, here we go. Are we gonna do HM? What's gonna happen? What do you think? Oh.
The warden is your final
The 301 and the 59,
You'll find him ahead.
8.
To have a mortal of your strength fight for her. I had a champion once. The living is
Alright. I gotta type everyone no next. Additional little slash because I don't know how to type on this thing. Here we are. Here we go. Chum, 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 chum. Okay. I don't know. Is he being taunted? Come on. Gotta be careful. Hopefully he doesn't head my direction. Okay. So when he does his Dragon Ball Z attack, that's when you take the portals. Don't take him before. Yeah, he's doing it. I gotta take it. Let's go. Tank is dead. Tank did not take a portal. And we're good. Ow. Well, actually, no, we're not good because he's not being taunted. I'll get him. Don't worry. I know I'm not supposed to, but... shit. No, I wish you didn't do that. I have a fast res. Yeah, you are not having the time of your life. Here we go! Ah. Okay, yeah, we gotta remember. Ah, shoot. Hi, buddy. What is there? I is that which going to the death. But 1,000 times. We gotta focus on the right one, this one right here. Okay, and then this one right here. Nope, not that one anymore, this one. Right here. Come on, guys. Come on. Give it all you got. Okay, never mind. Forget it. We're going to this one then. Wait, are they both tangible? No. This one's intangible. This one's like the intangible one. Now he's tangible again. I don't think they completely understand. But I understand nothing. So... and here we go. God, man, that hurts. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna go to the furthest one. Use this. Okay, we lost one. Oh my god, that was close. Where are they? Give me a second. Oh, come on. Gotcha. Give them all you got so that we don't have to do clones again. We do not want to have to do clones again. It's time to do clones again. Clone Wars. Oh, wait, no, is it this one? Is this one? Yeah, I'm actually doing damage to him. Sweet. Okay, see, now I'm not doing anything to him. So this one. Now this one. Why is he so strong? We might do Dragon Ball Z as soon as we're done here. Okay, no, he's just doing some teleport attacks. What the hell? No, 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 no. That was some really bad lag. Oh, man. Well done, well done, well done. We fought some Daedra to defend some Daedra. Daedra. Whatever happened to this being the mortal realm? There's Daedra everywhere. Oh yeah, we have to go back through the... How long was I in here? How long have I been in here? I forgot what the sun looks like. Oh, no. I don't remember being so dim. Daedraception. Yep. I hope they don't want to use the vault or anything. There's a vault here, right? I'm going to leave the Imperial City and end up in Deshaun. We're Morrowind now. How do people have it where their little PNG like characters like light up when they're talking? I gotta figure something out. I need to do 3 trials, like, probably tomorrow night during my long stream. Oh, hey, I like that outfit. Look at that. Really well put together. So here's the thing. Is anyone here aware of the body paint drama that's happened relatively recently in the Crown Store? If you say no, I can talk about it. Hold on, wait, I have a text. Oh. Mercy Mother, yeah. Dang it! Okay, well, anyway. Just a quick rundown. Let's just do this in 10 seconds. There's a body paint in the Crown Store. Mercy Mother, don't remember the other names of it. Don't remember the rest of it. Mercy Mother, it's just called Body Art. Mercy Mother Body Art. Now I heard they were going to change this to actually be Sothisil in name, because it's easier to change the name than the actual thing. So I think they're going to change it to actually be Sothisil in name. But I don't remember. I thought I heard something about that. Maybe not, because these crates are going to be going away. But, they're still here. So here's the story. This body paint was not designed by a member of the ESO team. This was fan art by an artist who's a big fan of the Elder Scrolls and ESO. They designed this art, and it was somehow taken and put in this game. Now, at first thought, you're gonna go, well, you know, they just flat out stole it. I think that's kind of... I mean, I think, like, it would make more sense if it was somehow an accident. You know? Because there's no way that you can get away with this. It's like having a TV show, like, start playing Duel of the Fates, you know, and it's like, oh, we can just do that because we're corrupt and we don't want to make our own music. But it's like, let's Duel of the Fates, right? I mean, there's no doubt that someone was going to find out about stolen body art, and then your company goes down. So definitely something happened. I don't know what happened, but either way, they said it was not on purpose, and they contacted the artist. In which case, it's still here. That's true. The artist, I don't think has made a comment, but I could be wrong. But I've heard, don't know if it's true, that the artist is getting their OC in Necrom. I don't know if that's true or not. Like their actual, and the thing is though is that their name, their artist name, is just a straight up Dunmer name. It's just flat out Dunmer. So, you know, to have like your name in Necrom is pretty damn sweet. No doubt they got paid. I don't know if they got paid, but I can imagine they probably got paid. Otherwise, this would not be here anymore. We've gone through several patches and it's still here. I would assume that something happened behind the scenes where now this artist is a technical employee of ZOS. I don't really know how official it is, but if they're being paid as like a third party to do something like this, I guess they're technically employed by ZOS. And they're probably going to change the name because, again, this is Sothosil and not Almalexia. I don't know what happened behind the scenes. Would I want to know? Yeah, I'd want to know. And I don't know if we ever will, but I really want to know what happened here. I don't think anyone would be so stupid as to just rip it off because they have plenty of people who design good body arts, right? Like, the body arts that they make are original, and they have people do it themselves. They don't need to rip off other artists, you know? So I don't know what happened here. I think it's very possible that they had this art in a folder for inspiration, because they do look at fan stuff for inspiration. They talked about it, right? They love seeing the community and what the community offers and what the community makes. No doubt they might have put this in a folder, and there might have been a confusion of it being official art somewhere around down the line, and therefore got added. But I don't know. I don't work there, I can't say. But I think that it's kind of naive to assume that they did it out of, like, the greed and malice, because it's a body paint. This is just a body paint, you know? Like, not many people are just hyped about a body paint or anything. They could have made it really basic, and people would have felt the same about it. It's not something that it's not like something that everyone was looking forward to, and they had to appease people, so they stole it. I definitely think it would be way too silly to risk your entire game on a body paint. So something probably happened. Plus, you know, they've been working on Dunmerry art styles all year. They don't need to steal it from anybody, because they are like artists that understand the style and know how to draw it. I think that if you're an employee at a company, you know, in this day and age, if you're taking art off the internet and putting it in a game, then that's such a naive mindset, that's like a boomer mindset, you know? Everyone that's anyone these days knows that everything on the internet everyone sees, you know. And oh wait, hold on, what happened? Hello? Oh, it windowed me out. What the heck? That was weird. Why does it keep doing that? I don't know. If anyone got fired, they didn't say. But... yeah, so... I don't remember the artist's name. I have to pull up Chrome anyway. It's a really silly decision to think that you could get away with, you know, stealing that, so I don't know. So let's do ESO body paint stolen and see what it comes up with. This is back here in April. It says the Elder Scrolls Online's developer confessed to plagiarizing fan art to design a paid skin line. I think that's a little. I mean, sure, but I guess it doesn't say purposefully. So let's see what happens here. Here we are. Relin Devath. Relin Devath is the artist. Again, perfectly done my name. Fantastic name. I want to make sure that their name gets out there if I'm going to be talking about them. So let me visit their Twitter and see if they've said anything, and I just missed it. A bit facetious. Okay, so let's see if there's anything said by Devath. Nothing posted since the 14th. Really. Nothing said. I mean, they made statements like, "Hey, thanks to the community, I've been contacted by the Elder Scrolls Online team. Love you all really. I'm a small artist. My chance to be noticed was little without your reaction. Lately, I've discovered the facial tattoo of the same set. It's a copy-pasted element again from my ill-fated pic." This is what they're talking about. This portion right here is also taken from the pic. It's like a wisp coming from the heart of Lorkhan, which I don't know if it's depicted in this body paint. It's kind of hard to see, but yeah. I don't know. I think, yeah, there's no statement on it, and we're kind of in the dark. Okay, that's weird. I want to point out that I'm not throwing accusations. Shit happens, even in big companies. Now we need to understand who's to blame and what to do. Any such things should be dealt with as correctly as possible. Okay, I'm going to send you guys... I'm going to post their Twitter so you guys can give them a follow if you want. Really great art. I'm a huge fan. The style is perfect, really. If they either pay them or remove it. I think they probably paid them, considering that they have a character in the game. I'm assuming that's not all they paid them in. Because, like, you know, if they honestly, like, if I was Zoss and I had a chance to just add someone's character into the next DLC and also pay them, like, I don't know, $3,000-$4,000 in repairs, I would just do it, you know, just because you could lose your entire game. Oh, and also, extra step. Find out what happened, and if it was done on purpose, fire the guy. So, yeah. I'm going to be finding one of those things I was talking about that I was going to cover tonight. I mean, tonight's a smaller stream because it's just Friday night, but we're going to be going to check out... Here we are. We're going to be checking out at least one of these things. First of all, I'm going to allow... Oh, I was still naked there for a second. I'm going to allow sound. Okay. Here we are. I don't know why it's not completely covering it up. Eh. Oh, hey. I still have my border here. Huh. Silly me. Alright, there we go, right? Okay, we're good. Okay, so this is the thing that they released a couple days ago. Begin your journey into the Arcanist class with this new developer video. This is one of 3 things that they released: Loremaster's Archive, Meet the Character for Azandar Alsabides, and this video. I'm gonna do this one tonight. Maybe do the other ones tomorrow night or Sunday. So this is pretty cool looking. Also, let's give me a second. Let's just look at these. Like, let's look at the architecture. It's just brilliant. Look how colorful it is. Look how just angled everything is. Man, this is so good. I like the golden this. Craving a class change token. Discover the Arcanist's powerful collection of abilities and unique combat mechanics in this new video. When the Netcom chapter launches this June, you can finally wield the eldritch power of the all-new Arcanist class. Get a breakdown of the abilities and unique mechanics of this powerful new class from ESO's lead combat designer, Brian Wheeler. And prepare your mind and soul to master the frightening and unpredictable energies of Apocrypha. Okay, so we're going to get a video here. That's about all that we're going to get. So I'm going to be watching this video and then deconstructing it, which means, actually, I'm going to have to... Okay. And I'm probably going to have to actually open the... I can't go full screen unless I've opened it in YouTube. Cast. Oh, shit. No, I don't want to cast. Rated M. Okay. So let's see here. This is 4 minutes and 30 seconds. This is going to be a bit of a chunk of information here, I guess. Tell me if it's like too quiet or whatever, I guess.
Hey gang, I'm Brian Wheeler, ESO's Combat Lead. And today, we're taking a closer look at the Arcanists, their abilities, and unique mechanics. As an Arcanist, you'll draw power from Hermaeus Mora's Realm of Oblivion, channeling secret runes and powers that can destroy your enemies, heal your allies, and weather any attack. As the new Elder Scrolls Online class, the Arcanist empowers you with 3 skill lines, each made up of 5 abilities, 4 passives, and an ultimate.
So much green.
Like other classes we've introduced since ESO's launch, each individual skill line reinforces a style of play. Damage,
that's gorgeous.
Healing, or defense. But as always, you can mix up your abilities to create your ideal playstyle.
Now, first of all,
mix up your abilities to create your...
This location here looks amazing. Look at that. Very interesting architecture here. Huh. I mean, like, the center bits. The statues look like lurkers, kind of. They've got, like, the fishy heads. And the architecture, the architecture almost looks Necrom-y with the way that it layers and gets larger as it meets that certain border point. It's obviously an Apocrypha, though. Well, actually, I can't say. I literally have no idea if this is like Apocrypha bleeding in or something, but it could be 100% Apocrypha. It's just that those pillars are interesting to me. Apocrypha, oh how I've missed you. And your greediness.
To create your ideal playstyle. Drawing power from Apocrypha in the form of destructive rune blades, powerful energy beams, and more, the Herald of the Tome skill line emphasizes damage above all else. For example, Abyssal Impact fires off tentacles straight from your arm, dealing hefty damage and applying a debuff to your enemies. The Herald of the Tome's ultimate ability, the Unblinking Eye, is even more powerful, calling forth one of the many eyes of Hermaeus Mora to dish out area damage.
Okay, we're seeing some footage here of a Mind Terror. Almost said Walking Nightmare, Mind Terror.
Even more powerful.
Let's get a
Calling
good
forth
look at
one of
it.
the many eyes of Hermaeus Mora to dish
Okay. Now,
out
this
area
version
damage.
this version looks like the lesser evolved version, where it doesn't have the like the Swiss cheese tail, and it doesn't have the horns on the sides. It seems to have a more domed head. I don't know if I'm crazy.
Anyone caught in its gaze.
It's kind of hard to see, but it doesn't have horns that curve like this. It just has a solid head, and it might be smaller. I don't know. It might just be my perspective, but it doesn't have the Swiss cheese tail like the other version did.
The curative rune form
All those big orbs.
skill line provides the Arcanist with healing and support abilities, keeping you and your allies in the fight. Rune Mend is one such ability, restoring health to an ally with arcane words of power. This skill line also includes the Apocryphal Gate ability, which summons.
I like how that clip there pretty much confirmed that we're gonna have lava-y areas of Morrowind. It's pretty good. And we're not just gonna have like one environment.
A pair of portals you can teleport between. When using a specific morph of this ability, this will grant you and your allies additional mobility on the battlefield.
I mean, these skills that they're showing off, like, I already read, like, all about them, so I'm not, like, going, ooh and ah. You know, I already knew a lot about these things, but I'm mostly looking at all the landscapes is what I'm looking at, you know?
The Soldier of Apocrypha skill line provides a host of
There's a new way shrine design there. I don't know if we've really paid attention to that before. Pretty sweet.
defensive tools to your Arcanist, helping you survive the dangerous world of Tamriel and confound your enemies.
No way! What?
Runic Jolt, for example,
Dude.
deals damage.
That was so cool. Another, like, time stop ability, just stopping the thing mid-attack. That's pretty sweet. I mean, that was pretty cool. Can we say that again?
And provides
How did
a
that
host
work?
of defensive tools to your Arcanist, helping
It was
you
like an
survive the
instant time
dangerous world of
stop.
Tamriel.
It was like,
and
I don't know if it's like as soon as the enemy touches you, it freezes, or something else. But it did freeze just before it hit him. It's pretty cool.
confound your enemies.
I like that.
Runic Jolt, for example, deals damage and taunts your enemy, ensuring you remain in control of the fight. The ultimate in this skill line is Gibbering Shield.
I'm sorry, gibbering? I'm pretty sure it's gibbering. Is gibbering a word? Arcanist looks fire, yeah. Is gibbering a word? I always thought it was gibbering to, like, cause oftentimes there's, you know, the book like Secrets of Apocrypha kind of intermingles the insanity of mortals trying to understand the unknown with with gibbering because they can understand. Isn't that how you spell? Yeah, that's how you spell gibberish. So, did they say it wrong? Is he saying he says a gibbering shield, like assuming that it's just a lore term? What's a gibby? What's going on here? I don't. What's a gibby? What are we saying? What's going on? It's definitely supposed to be gibbering shield, but they say gibbering. Fools the gibbering. Ah, man. I don't understand what's going on, but let's go back and hear him say it again.
Which ensuring you remain in control of the fight. The ultimate in this skill line is Gibbering Shield. Which
I'm sorry, it sounds so funny to me. Just gibbering shield. I don't understand. What is Gibby? What are we saying? What are we saying? Gibby. I am out of touch. Gibby shield.
which surrounds you in a globe of defensive ichor, absorbing a large amount of damage before throwing that right back at your enemies.
I mean, this guy's in charge of combat, right? Why does he call it gibbering? They're not going to say it in game, right? So that's our only source of information we have on it, just gibbering. Okay.
In addition to a powerful collection of abilities, the Arcanist also utilizes a new combat mechanic, the Crux system. When you use Arcanist abilities in combat, some will generate Crux while others will spend it. When you activate an ability that spends Crux, you'll get bonus modifiers on that ability.
Okay, hold on. What?
When you activate an ability that spends Crux, you'll get bonus modifiers.
Isn't that an imperfect bot? What is it doing here? That's interesting.
On that ability.
What is an imperfect factotum doing here in Apocrypha? I can think of
This
a
can
couple
include
things.
doing more damage, reducing resource cost, or other unique enhancements.
Woo!
You can
Pretty.
generate and save up to 3 Crux at any time.
Wamasu,
And when any ability
Wamasu.
consumes your active Crux, the greater its effect. For example, Rune Blades generates 1 Crux each time it's activated while in combat.
Crux.
So you could use it to build up to 3 Crux before firing another ability like Fate Carver. Since Fate Carver is a Crux consuming ability, it will spend all the available Crux and have its damage increase as a result.
Yeah, so here's the thing about Fate Carver, is that Fate Carver essentially is a beam that you can look around and direct. As you could see there, they showed off where an opponent or the player fired above the harvester and then kind of like moved down. So this is something that you can actually just kind of move around, you know? So check this out.
Carver is a Crux consuming ability. It will spend all the available Crux and have its damage increased as a result. Using a healthy balance of Crux generating and spending abilities in your combat rotations will provide all manner of enhancements to your damage, healing, or tanking. But note, while Crux is tied to how effective...
Okay, see, here's a great example of what I was talking about before. You can clearly see this Mind Terror is not only bigger, I'm pretty sure, but has the horned head shape. And it has a webbed tail. You see that? It is very similar, but different. I think this is an advanced version. Stronger, maybe more corrupted, I don't know. But definitely an alternate version of the same creature. Yeah, the environment does look amazing. Let me just look at that. It's so weird. It's so green. Big year if you're a fan of green.
and efficient your Arcanist can be, it's not required to enjoy playing this new class.
He dies with his
We've only
legs up.
covered a few examples of the cosmic powers you can draw from when starting out as an Arcanist. The rest you'll have to discover for yourself as you dive deeper into the mysteries of Apocrypha. We can't wait to see how everyone builds their Arcanist characters and masters these powerful and unique new abilities. Good luck, and we'll see your Arcanist on the battlefield.
Is that a term we're just gonna use now? That's you should send them like a thank you note saying that. They'll be very confused. They'll find out your IP and ban you for real. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that was pretty cool. I mean, like, God, we're so close to this release. Why are we? Can we just keep saying Gibby power? Should we revisit it? Should we? Just for you guys. I'll do it for you guys.
Ensuring you remain in control of the fight. The ultimate in this skill line is Gibbering Shield. Ultimate in this skill line is Gibbering Shield. Ultimate in this skill line is Gibbering Shield. This skill line is Gibbering Shield. Gibbering Shield. Gibbering Shield. Gibbering Shield. We're
Oh man, okay. I mean, like this brings me back to what I was mentioning earlier about the Sisters Archipelago was like in like the lore video and everything. they call it the Sistres. Like, all the devs called it Sistres except for the lore master, and I think the lore video also said Sistres. And I was like, oh god, that's how it's said. You know, that's how it's said. It's awful. And then, you know, Lehman shows up and says sisters, and I'm like, I've never heard it said like that. Please tell me that's the right way you say it. So, after the High Isle video came out, after the stream, me and the rest of the UESP were talking with Lehman about how it's pronounced, and he just told us, yeah, it's sisters, you know. And I was like, oh, thank God. You thought it was sisters until you saw my tweet. Hey, you wouldn't know unless you're there, because it's like, when is it ever said, right? I mean, like, unless you're there, no one's going to be saying the island's name ever, you know? So there's no way you could have known. But, like, yeah, see, I people just say sisters, because that's just how it looks. It's sisters, which is so much better, because it's like a group of islands, right? It's like they're all sisters. It just feels good. It's way better. It's like how Elsewhere is spelled differently from Elsewhere. It just has that classic Elder Scrolls vibe to it. I don't know if that's how it was supposed to be spelled back in the, or pronounced back in the day, but hey, we have a chance to actually say it, and we chose sisters, so thank God. That's what it is. Thank goodness. The Sisters Archipelago.
Which surrounds you in a globe of defensive ichor, absorbing a large amount of damage before throwing that right back at your enemies.
Yeah, the architecture in the back is interesting. I mean, look at the big statues again. It's wild. Yeah, Sisters Archipelago, pretty much. So yeah, we see some Dwemer stuff, probably Camille Z. I don't know if there's any more. They toss what I'm pretty sure is a Clockwork City asset in here, but I'm gonna pretend to look the other way, I guess.
Applying a debuff to your enemies. The Herald of the Tome's ultimate ability, the Unblinking Eye, is even more powerful, calling forth one of the many eyes of Hermaeus Mora to dish out.
Yeah, see, these things are different, and I don't know why.
Area damage.
I wonder what attack it's doing.
Caught in its gaze.
That's a funny way to say it. That reminds you of the new part of Apocrypha they showcased. Yeah, that's the sorry, I gotta say it like this because it's just what I do. Chroma Incognito. It's a new section of Apocrypha. Kind of keeps it fresh, keeps it different.
The host
it's kind of like what they did with the Sever, I guess.
Defensive tools to your Arcanist, helping you survive the dangerous world of Tamriel.
That's just so cool, though.
Found your enemies.
It's just so cool.
Runic Jolt, for example, deals damage and taunts your enemy. Runic confound your enemy.
I mean, look at these effects.
Your Arcanist, helping you survive the dangerous world of Tamriel and confound your enemies. Runic
Chroma Incognito,
for example, deals damage and taunts your enemy, ensuring you remain in control of the fight.
Literally becoming Quicksilver right there, bro. Man, okay, I've had time in a bottle stuck in my head for like 2 hours now. I don't know why. Like last week, I just was like watching the Quicksilver scenes, you know, like Time in a Bottle and Sweet Dreams. I was like watching both of those scenes because I'm like, man, it sounds stupid, but like these are like probably some of the most stunning special effects I've seen in a movie. Very original. I don't know. I was just thinking, this is great. I wish that we had more of a chance to see this kind of effect of freezing time and interacting with things because you're just so fast. Okay, so we've got that, and I'll probably cover the other two. I'm probably not going to be doing the UESP stream because I've got stuff to do tomorrow afternoon. Going to be like cleaning stuff up trying to make my new desk, you know, and all that stuff. So I probably will be busy, but I mean, like, I can imagine I'll probably be done by the time that I'm gonna be doing my usual stream. I'm not ending though. I'm gonna be going to Overwatch, but I don't know how long that'll be. I'm tempted to buy the Gathering animation in the Crown store, but 1,200 crowns? Is 1,200 crowns? Wild. Alright, let me sell really quick.
Only a fool.
Oh man, I forgot to... Well, that's probably not good. Frill, you already burned your crowns getting enough gems for the Mimity stress. It looks nice though. I'm holding on to my crowns for giveaways as soon as they fix the freaking crown crate glitch. Whatever that'll be. But I can give away like, I forget how many. But I miss it. I miss giving away crown crates. I still owe Tildos a crown crate from like 3 months ago or something. Anything Aelid you will leap on right away? Yeah, I'm a big Aelid fan. You know, I've gotten into I had 2 separate people try to pick fights with me over like Barsabic Aelids. I had 2 separate people tell me that Barsabic Aelids did not exist. I don't know why, but like they're like Barsabic Aelids aren't a thing. Like 2 separate people. Like what the heck? Like why would you even say that? Who's telling you this? Like I was on one of Mom's streams back when my mom used to stream a lot. I was like I was like at a fight and mom was like she did not want me to fight with this guy on stream. Potato gang. I mean, like, why would you contest the existence of Barsabic Aelids? Why would you not want them to exist? It doesn't particularly matter, though. But... And it's like one. It's like, how do you even know what they are? You know, how do you know what they are and you argue that they don't exist? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It was a very super specific thing. I think they believed falsely that ESO came up with the concept. Alessian in disguise. I don't know. It's like, hey, if you want to say that it's not canon, guess what? You're gonna have to take it up with Oblivion because the Elder Scrolls 4 wrote the existence of Pacific Aliens. Like, see them back up. People say the Dingus all. People say the Dingus all that Dingus all the time. Remember that time Iran was apparently a robot? Who brought that up anyway? Take a wild guess, Olivia. Take a wild freaking guess. Who here wants to take a guess as to where that came from? I really don't know how you could guess. You know, there's really no way. I mean, like, but to my knowledge, from what I can understand, it was a claim made by a certain writer for the Elder Scrolls who doesn't write for the Elder Scrolls anymore. You know, whose initials might be MK. Not Kirky Boy? Is that what you call him, Kirky Boy? Yeah, I mean, like, let's be honest. When it involves robots and time travel, who else is it going to involve? It's either one, whoever came up with the plot for the Terminator, and two, Michael Kirkbride. Makes you wonder what other insane ESO theories there are. Probably massive sleever hole. I have no idea what that means. But, I told you about the Dragon Break thing, you know. People make theories about the Dragon Break. That's one. Probably the biggest one. There's people that don't even consider it. Oh, I get it, because it's like rabbit hole. He said skeever hole. I get it, but it also kind of sounds a little different. But yeah, I mean, there's like, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure Kirkbride has really only had like a little bit of influence over ESO in terms of like actually writing stuff. I am pretty dang sure they got him to write the 37th lesson. I don't have proof, but I'm pretty dang sure he actually did write the 37th sermon of Vivek. What's the worst theory you've ever heard? Worst theory I've ever heard. I'm probably gonna think like recency bias. Well, here's one thing. I had a this is I don't think this counts, but I think I should just bring it up. I had a guy get angry with me talking about like representation in ESO. Like we were talking about like, you know, how you'll find like gay couples and they're just couples, you know. There's no, it's not like they're treating them any differently from the straight ones or whatnot. And this guy gets on me and he says like it's completely inaccurate. No one felt that way about gay people back then. And I'm like, I don't know what you think about the Elder Scrolls at this point. Man. I guess his theory is that the Elder Scrolls takes place back in medieval times or something. That could be the worst theory. Am I eating? Kinda. I've got fries here. ESO is real confirmed.
What is better, to be born good or to overcome your evil nature through great effort?
That sounds so crisp, but no, that's definitely not the. That's not really a theory though. I'm trying to think about like the worst theory, because like here's the deal, Otter. I don't spend a lot of time in actual lore circles. It might be kind of surprising, but I don't spend much time like in that environment because it makes my blood pressure rise, you know. And I get that can kind of be like, oh, well, you're in an echo chamber. I get that, but here's what I do. I study what the games have. I study anything that's sourced in the game, you know, books, like in-lore opinions, etc. Nothing from the outside, because that's a lot more sketchy, and I can't teach that. So I don't really have a need, particularly, to converse with other people unless they want a different perspective. And it's like, is it even worth it? Because as soon as I start talking with, like, someone, and then they start, like, talking about how, like, I don't know, Argonians are, like, Dunmer from a previous timeline or something, I just lose my shit. So I don't have a lot of weird theories, because I literally work really hard to avoid it. Like, don't go to the Elder Scrolls lore Reddit, test lore Reddit. Don't go there. It is the worst. I mean, like, it's not a great place. You have people posting facts, and they have people posting stuff they just made up, and people believe that the made up stuff is facts, and it's just, ugh. I mean, they should definitely make a fan lore Reddit, but nope, it's just test lore. You think it's worse that a theory, you try to call things fact without proper knowledge. I just found it to be a bit too toxic for you. You've gotten into so many arguments over stupid lore things. You only got booted from a guild for suggesting that the one alliance has a stronger army than the other. Wait, which one did you choose? I think, in my opinion, the strongest alliance is probably... I'd say probably the Aldmeri Dominion. I think the Aldmeri Dominion probably would be the strongest if we're talking lore-wise, over the others. I think Daggerfall Covenant would be second strongest. I think Ebonheart Pact would be third. There's a lot of infighting with the Ebonheart Pact, and for obvious reasons. But that's just my opinion. DCA DEP. Okay, so we just disagree with the first two. Let's see. Here's another theory. I heard that actually. Here's the thing. A lot of things like that are theories. People just say as fact. Sometimes. But like. I think it was someone said that the Eye of Magnus from Skyrim is a mining robot from like the 6th era that got sent back in time or something and got lost in Sarthal. It was something like that. You're noticing the time traveling robot shit, right? I mean, it's like, guys, stop, you know. It's like, it kind of seems weird at this point that it's like a really specific kind of thing that you want to focus on. I don't remember where this came from. I don't know if it's Kirkbride or what, but it's like, why? You know, just there's so much cool stuff you can do with the Eye of Magnus. There's so much reoccurring poetic like imagery with the Eye of Magnus that to just call it like a mining robot ruins everything. Like the association with Magnus being a blind god, losing one or both of his eyes depending on the stories and stuff like that. It's like there's so much lore you can form theories over of what the Eye of Magnus actually is and its historical significance. They just go with a fucking time traveling robot again, you know? It's like, what? Am I a time traveling robot? Are there any other time traveling robots that I should know about? I mean, like, there's so many cooler things that you could do with the Eye of Magnus, to be honest. So I don't know. I think that there's what if the Eye of Magnus is just a magical, everlasting gobstopper? Exactly. Yes, that's what it is. Your friend went on edge when I said I worked with the Dominion because he only plays Skyrim. He had trouble convincing him the first Dominion wasn't evil. I posted it on Twitter recently, a book that released with the Elder Scrolls V called Rising Threat. It's a really good book, and I wish more people would read books in like Skyrim, because it basically is a book that lets players know that the Thalmor suck even if you're a high elf. Basically, like, the Thalmor were a necessary evil pretty much at the time to survive, you know, the dangers that were tossed at Altmer society, and it's what they just felt like they needed to do was give power to this military force. And, you know, not everyone was, like, super pro. They didn't have the internet, right? I mean, they don't have the internet. They don't, like, see everyone's opinions on it. You gotta, like... So it's really easy to judge and go, oh, all of Somerset likes these guys. But the book Rising Threat really goes on and on about an Altmer who's really just pissed about the Thalmor, and talks about Okado, who's also pissed at the Thalmor, among other things. Doesn't mean that the Altmer like them. It's not a whole radicalized society. Spent 3 hours explaining the difference between Skyrim's Dominion and ESOs, and that the Dominion isn't all that bad in ESO. His reasoning to the contrary was that small pocket of Rogue Dominion during the Shadowfang quest. Well, we don't talk about that quest. I mean, like, did Irene know about this? Was Irene aware of this, or was that like behind her back or something? Like, at that point, can we just toss her in a volcano? Because, I mean, like, there's war, and then there's absolute war. Like, that's just, like, unfair. That's a war crime. Debating lore in Elder Scrolls never ends well. Yeah, I don't have much experience with it. I teach for the most part. And I have no idea if I'm good at teaching or not, because I have no one that says, hey, you got all of this right. You know, I'm kind of on my own. So I do my best being my own critic, right? Hatching Pools moment. I want to be a critic for myself, because, you know, I don't want to... I don't want to get things wrong and teach people incorrectly. So, yeah. But yeah, so among other... Let's see. Among other theories, we're not even going to touch the Elder Scrolls is Fallout theories. That's just like, I don't even think like a lot of crazy theorists even think that. If you think that like the Elder Scrolls and Fallout are connected, like really, really, you've probably just played one or the other, you know? And you have no idea what the other one's really about. So, not gonna count that. Let's see, what else? Remember those from when you were a kid? It's a curse when you have like two famous IPs, you're like, oh, it's from the same company, they gotta be connected. Um, Now, I made a theory last week. Black Rage mushrooms really do just be untapped Nuka-Cola quantum for real. So, I made a theory last week, and it could just be one of the worst theories you've ever heard. It literally could be. So, maybe if I tell you my theory that I made, you would think that that would be the worst. It's worth a shot. So, here goes me brainstorming, and I've heard something like this before, but I didn't... It's one of those things where, like, I made a theory, and then I was like, oh, wait a minute, this sounds like something I've heard before. And I don't know if it's an actual theory, and if I'm just, like, imagining things, but I heard something like that. So, my theory is about the Dwemer. You know, everyone makes theories about the Dwemer. We've been doing this for 20 plus years, but I'm just sitting here thinking, the real essence, I think, of the Elder Scrolls, if you really want to get into like the nitty gritty of a lot of the creation myths, and like I said on Twitter, like, you know, if the creation myths are like if you had a bunch of transparent pieces of paper with dots on them, you stack them on top of each other, some dots are going to overlap. In doing a lot of studying, you find that, you know, the reoccurring theme of, you know, creation being sacred, and not just being sacred, but also being effort and sacrifice. Creation is something that, like, you do at cost of yourself. You know, that's like the divines gave their all into creation, and as you notice, the divines aren't really what the Daedra are. The divines are more passive. They are the world that you are in. They're not talking to you. They're kind of iffy. I think that, like, if you take that into account, then if you wanted to like be the same as the divines, be an actual god, like achieve that, I think that, like, if that's really what the Dwemer wanted to achieve, like with the Numidium, they wanted to, like, make their own god, be their own god, of their own doing. I'm just thinking, if they, like, manipulated the Heart of Lorkham with the tools, and they tried to achieve that divine status, they suffered the same fate as the actual divines and became their creations. Like, they put their entire selves into their... I'm not necessarily... I mean, my first thought was they're automatons. Like, they not necessarily are their automatons, like, consciously, but they would be linked to them because they are their creations. But also, mainly, I think that they would have potentially joined with the Numidium, because the Numidium was, you know, their big project, like how the Mundus was the Divine's project. If the Dwemer really wanted to be gods like they are, they suffer the same punishment of creation as the other gods, and so therefore would become their creation, being the Numidium, and that would be what they all suffer. Just like how, you know, you've got Adric planets going around in, you know, in the Arbus, which are essentially just the remainders of the gods that put their effort into being something. I guess you could say that Numidium is kind of that, in a way. I just think that, because on the other side of the coin, when you want to have something or be something, while not putting in the effort to create, and you want to steal what already exists, that's a very Daedric thing to do. You'll notice this vibe with, you know, a lot of Daedra. The Oblivion Crisis is not a great example. I think that the best example is probably the Plane Meld, which is literally a kidnapping of the mortal realm. So, you know, just think of, like, if you think about what Daedra want to do, just think of the Plane Meld. They want to take what they didn't make. They want to manipulate what they didn't make. They don't create things, because creation is the sacred act that comes at cost of your being, and so therefore they just don't do that. You'll also notice that a lot of things that the Daedra have and do is very much alike what mortals have, because they just kind of make themselves akin. Greek Elder Scrolls has always been the most fascinating topic to you, next to Aelid stuff. Yeah, I think those are pretty popular. I'm a huge fan of those as well. Yeah, they can only imitate. So this is where like the Hists get interesting. The Hists, you'll find like there's a realm of Oblivion that has a bunch of Hists, and then there's like Hist-like trees in the Fields of Regret, which is Clavicus Vile's realm. You'll find the Hist associated with Oblivion and Patamaic essences and whatnot. So keeping that in mind, like if you were to say the Hists are in quotes Daedric, then all they could really do would be to manipulate and imitate, and that is just all that the Hists do. You know, they take wildlife and they manipulate it to their own uses. And then also, obviously, the whole Sithis worship comes into play because, again, they're Padomaic, you know. So, I mean, it's never outright said that the Hists are Daedric, but I mean, everything just pretty much lines up from what I can see. But obviously, that doesn't make them bad. It's just an origin. It's just a state of being. But yeah. So, but you know, then you get into like the whole Anuad thing, where it's like they were said to be one of the worlds of creation. So it's like, okay, you get into the nitty gritty. Yeah, I think a lot of people misunderstand Daedra as just being bad. Now, Daedra might like steal and like they might steal and imitate or whatever, but it's not inherently a bad thing. Daedra are just alien. They're not evil, you know? Now, a lot of times they're messing with mortals to a point where they are evil. I mean, but think about this. With like potentially infinite realms of Oblivion, the highest amount of realms of Oblivion that we ever have recorded is 37,000. So, like, think about that. I mean, like, and then think about how many Daedra actually are interfering on Nirn. I mean, like, think of all the Daedra that just aren't, you know? We're just dealing with a bias because every time we're seeing Daedra, like, we're seeing them try to kill us, at least for the most part. And it's like, well, what about all the Daedra that aren't? You know, so all you're thinking is, oh, the Daedra are here to kill us because you only see them when they are. It's that kind of bias. It's just that there's the Oblivion enemies. There's just so many Daedra out there. It's just so many things we don't know. You know, it's just so unknown. And the good Daedra, I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously that's a you know, a Chimeri cultural interpretation. Whether or not, you know, these Daedra are actually good or not. I mean, because that's a straight up Daedric princes. And Daedric princes, you know, like, they can be pretty dang mean. But I'm just talking about, like, a lot of Daedra. What about Jaygalag? Jaygalag is a very interesting Daedra because Jaygalag seems almost not Daedric. Do we get much info on them during ESO? I think that we got like Jaygalag's sword in the store. I don't think we have any references to Jaygalag anywhere, cause I don't really. Maybe I think there's a reference in one of Morian Zennis's books, but he's not supposed to know about Jaygalag yet. So I think it's, and then they said that like Sheogorath put the name in his mind as a joke or something, because it's a continuity error. Morian Zennis is not really supposed to know about Jaygalag. I'm pretty sure that's already lore. So, yeah. So Jaygalag is the Daedric Prince of like just straight up order. So the thing about Jagalag is that Jagalag is like the opposite of chaos, and I just been booted. His name is weird. His name definitely sounds sillier than Sheogorath's name. So yeah, she was using Sheogorath to plug in plot. Well, I mean, it makes sense considering that it's, you know, it's Sheogorath and Jagalag. But so Jagalag is basically the like Daedric Prince that seems the most un-Daedric Princey, as Jagalag constantly pushes order everywhere that he goes. He wants the exact opposite of chaos, opposite of madness. He wants everything to be completely orderly and plain, and honestly, like, it just seems really Anuic and not Padomaic, which intrigues me. And it seems like Jagalag is the most dangerous Daedric Prince of all the Daedric Princes to the other Daedric Princes, because of, you know, how orderly Jagalag is. So that's why the Daedric Princes had to curse Jagalag into being Sheogorath, is because Jagalag was just insanely powerful. Like, to the point where, you know, if Jagalag took over their realms, the Daedric Princes might just die, because they are their realms. I mean, like, Jagalag might have even had the actual power to just straight up murder Daedric Princes. OCD representation. I mean, yeah, he's pretty dang strong. So, yeah. I mean, like, I don't really know. I don't think ESO has anything different or extra about Jagalag, because I don't really think Jagalag's supposed to be that well known, if known at all. I'm gonna be honest, I've never done the Shivering Isles DLC. I still have to do it. Maybe I'll do it on stream. I have a lot of catching up to do. Now, yeah, so even just side quests or some books. Yeah, I wouldn't mind more stuff. I'm just really curious about Jagalag's nature. You know. Dog makes a heist attempt on the cat food. Just like as soon as you look away. As soon as you look away. So yeah, I mean, like, the vastness of Oblivion cannot be understated. Oblivion is literally just outer, like, it's like outer space. It's like, well, what all is out there? Now, like I said earlier, Daedra are pretty much aliens, you know? It's like, what is out there? And like, you know, I think Lyranth even said, like, the dumbest scamp knows more about the, like, nature of the Arbus than the smartest mortal, or something like that. I mean, that's probably kind of true, you know? There's just, like, we're really just peering into such a small bit of what is this eternal chaotic, like, intermingling. Sheogorath sends him to punishment point. A lot of potential in some of the underutilized princes. Yes. Yeah, and honestly, like, as I've talked about, I'm noticing a lot of vibes and Necrom, Vermina vibes. Vermina is definitely very underutilized, like super hyper underutilized. So I'm hoping this is going to be her year to shine. It's not really a spoiler because, like, her actual motif is on outfits, and some of the stuff we're seeing in this DLC definitely just straight up looks like it came from Quagmire. So you'd be happy if Meridia's pissed off. Meridia's probably my favorite Daedric Prince, to be honest. I just really love Meridia. I like the idea of a Daedric Prince being, like, just seeming like what you would expect a divine to look like. It's like, yeah, she's all rainbows and light, but she's not really a good guy. First it was the beacon, then it was Goldarver. You'll never forgive her. also other stuff. But I won't spoil anything. There's a really good book that I had as my suggested reading recently, called the Exegesis of Meridunda or Meridia. It's a really good book, and it confirms that Meridia plays Mario Kart. You can't forgive her for the Colored Rooms fiasco. I want a Colored Rooms DLC so bad. So what would be the worst prints altogether in terms of how vile they are, how capable they are of putting their views into motion? Okay, well, I would say, I was going to say Molag Bal. I think that Molag Bal is a combination of power and brains, and Dagon is too, Dagon is too just brutish, I think. Like, with Dagon, it's like just go into the Oblivion portals and hit a rock and his Oblivion portal shatters. I mean, granted, Molag Bal does have those dolmens that you can just shut down, but I think that Dagon is definitely so brutish that you could probably just outthink him. Molag Bal is a scheming dude. So I think that Molag Bal is probably the most dangerous Daedric prince. From what I'm just thinking about here. Least dangerous Daedric prince goes to Sanguine. Period. Least dangerous Daedric prince is Sanguine, because the danger of Sanguine is not even Sanguine. The danger of Sanguine is yourself. That's just it. Sanguine's just a cool dude if you're a cool person. If you're a bad person, and Sanguine will just tell you to be that person. But that's all you. Yeah, Sanguine's just vibing. Sanguine is the least dangerous Daedric prince, period. He's just kind of a cool dude. I mean, I know it sounds like people are misled when they say that, but like, if you were just like, didn't have a bad bone in your body, knew how to restrain, yourself from giving into the urges to, like, I don't know, down an entire bag of sweets or alcohol, I don't know. If you were completely level-headed, Sanguine would be no threat to you. So yeah, I would definitely say Molag Bal's most dangerous and Sanguine's the least. Never forget the Leyawiin dinner incident of Third Era 433. I'm actually not familiar with that, because I haven't, despite me doing like a bunch of Leyawiin quests, I haven't done anything related to Sanguine. I don't think. I did the scamps. I did the scamp wand last year, I think. A bag of sweets give it to you. Oblivion moment. I have to play more Oblivion on stream. They all start screaming and calling for the guards as their clothes vanish.
Trust in Heimskr, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Ninth to spread his holy word.
Well, here's an interesting thing about Heimskr is that there's a text in ESO written that I forget what it was, but it refers to like a religious like priest like it was like a priest like faction as if you were saying the word pasture, right? But they use the term Heimskr, right? So it makes you wonder if Heimskr is just like saying pasture. It's like his title and not his actual name. I think it said something like Heimskrs or something like that. Obviously Nordic in origin. You can tell by the way that the name is put together. Well, it's not too strange. I wonder if I could find it. Let's do UESP. I want to throw a soccer ball? I want to throw a dodgeball. The dodgeball makes the bong sound. Boom. Okay, here we are. So, there's a book in ESO by Lady Cinnabar of Tenneth called Subtropical Cyrodiil Speculation. This is obviously covering the jungled Cyrodiil talk, right? So, in this, we have references to Venus Galarian, Beryldamo the Signifier. Let's see. I'm trying to find where it says this. Let's do this. Okay, see this? This is it right here. Pick up last for dodgeball. That's the book. So, I don't know where it uses the term Heimskrs. Did I miss it? You guys want to just say, okay, teams are chosen, and it's just everybody against him? Oh no. Yeah, she's so snarky. Oh, here we are. Duh. It was one of those first things. Yeah, okay, so here we are. Look at this. Yeah, here it is. It was at the very beginning. I just skimmed through it. Early references to Cyrodiil's subtropical jungle were merely errors on the part of one of the Heimskrs, in caps. You see that? This is just straight up, right here. Now, if this is some kind of historical title, it would not be that odd, considering, you know, the beginning of the Empire in general was put together by, you got Needs, Nords, and Aelids, really comprising the Empire's beginnings. It wouldn't be too odd if there were like a group of Nordic historians that kind of like solidified themselves in early imperial culture, and so this might be what that is, and the title might just be for like historian or something, or priest maybe, and that's why his name might just be Heimskr. Obviously, he is also ranting about Talos, so I don't know. Could be a leak. Talos is very, very, very popular in both cultures, actually. So. Petition to make Heimskr a slur for annoying Nords. Also, I like that they did this book. Everyone constantly like complains about, this is a retcon. They messed with the whole like Cyrodiil's supposed to be a jungle. They didn't do it right. It's like, well, they incorporated it into the lore, you know. So you can get some good bits of information from this. They didn't back out away from it, you know. I think it's pretty sweet. I should probably make this the suggested reading at some point, but then I'm gonna get a bunch of people talking about Subtropical Cyrodiil and retcons, but I'll do it anyway. But yeah, I don't know. So I hope that's. I hope that I'm making up for not doing the USP stream tomorrow. I hope I'm making up putting out information. You're reading this when you first entered David's Watch and asking yourself. Cyrodiil was meant to be a jungle. Yeah, so I forget what called it a jungle. I want to say it was probably Pocket Guide to the Empire. That's probably where it came from. I don't remember the first references to it or something. Pocket Guide to the Empire has a lot of information that was just kind of pushed to the side, you know, rendered as just inaccuracies by like stupid authors. Look how specific this is. Like, it's like Auradon. It's like, you can find it here, right here, here, somewhere in here. But it's like, Sigma Fidia is just like, boom, tells you exactly where. You know, see for Cyrodiil how it was in Oblivion USO. Rolling hills and mountains are beautiful and iconic. Like, you needed the holy word of an elf murderer. Hey, I mean, like, now that the Crystal Tower's gone, I wonder, like, what's going on in Somerset, you know? Like, Somerset is a warm paradisical domain perfectly adapted to the Altmer because of she's saying it's because of the tower. I wonder if that's true. Like, now that the tower's down, like, what's going on in Somerset? Took a USB for basically everything. You have your own personal list where you keep track of every motif you've acquired, books you've found, not read, books you have read. USB makes it so that you can read dozens of ESO books in a row to your partner without having to idle in ESO the whole time. Yeah, that's true. I have so many tabs open for the USB to do like editing and stuff I haven't gotten around to. I don't have them open right now, but like I have to edit the Saisahan page. I haven't done that yet. I still want to create a page for Castle GFS, among other things that are just really daunting to me, but, yeah. I mean, we already have a lot of, if not, we just have tons of Necron pages ready to go, apparently. I think I saw one, so I'm pretty sure we'll just, like, send those in once everything's set. I don't really know how it works, to be honest. Yeah, I use the app too. The app's pretty good. No time
for lore.
Wait, wasn't I doing lore this whole time? What was I doing this whole time? What was I doing? Oh, yeah, you should have used this. Well, better late than never. I love books like this. Books like this are incredible. These are great. Lore gang, lore gang. Or the furry lore gang. It's like, make that a guild, the furry lore gang. Time to nerd out. That is not going to be my catchphrase. I wonder. I mean, nothing really happened to Cyril. Nothing seemed to happen to Cyrodiil, despite the fact that the tower's defunct. You know. I wonder if it just like stays the past state. Maybe it's just unchangeable, like choosing an option and then having the option locked. Do you wonder though? Do USP contributors retype in-game books from scratch? I think so. I'm actually not sure. I know that whenever I type in quotes, I do it from scratch, making sure to put in every bit of punctuation and capitalization as it appears in the game to not get anything wrong. And we do like, whenever we're writing a book and there's a spelling mistake or something, we include that. We often, you know, put SIC just to show that this is a typo. Probably this is just how it shows up in the game, you know, but who are we to correct it, essentially? But we make sure to put in it the entire way. It's like, if this is spelled incorrectly, we just put it in that way. There's a few examples of that. Happens. I wish that they would fix a lot of things, but iconic. Yeah, I mean, editing these pages is not as particularly easy as it looks. So, like, for example, if I wanted to edit this page, which I'm not going to permanently do, obviously, so we're going to look at this page, right? And we're going to look at what this page looks like when we go into the guts of the page. So I'm going to click edit here, right? So this is what it looks like. It's really small, isn't it? Like, you pretty much don't see much here. That is because of a few things. For one, we have the icon for the book linked here. We have the author linked here. This is the author's page. And then we put a line here to separate the author's page from how the name is displayed. And then we have it also here, where this is the page, this is how it's displayed. Now, we don't have the actual book here because the book itself is just linked here. And so therefore it just kind of posts all the text, which I've never done, so I don't entirely know how it works. But yeah, you can see the links to where the page or where this book is located. Or editing wiki is when you were younger, you couldn't imagine what kind of effort goes into a USB. It is kind of overwhelming, but so this is kind of what editing a page looks like. A lot of times the pages are a lot more complex. Like for example, let's go to Lady Cinnabar. This should be better. So here's Lady Cinnabar. She's the author of many books. Never gets along with Phrastus of Elenir. They're always fighting each other. So let's go into the edit for this. So as you can see, this is a lot more complicated, right? Because we're not just linking a book, we're actually writing down a bunch of other information. So here's the list of books that she has written. So we have ON set for online, the page, and then the actual name that is displayed on the page. Always loved the formatting, classic 2000s internet was. Yeah, like the old Envision forums. Did anyone spend their life on Envision free forums? God, I spent so much of my life on those forums. Here's these colons are used to kind of move things forward so that they're not always smooshed next to each other. As you can see, it goes like 3, 4, and then 4. I had to do this recently. So here's how a lot of my page edits work. If you're going to edit a page, you're going to want to look at other similar pages, just period. Look at a page that someone already did that kind of mimics what you want to do, and you'll copy, but you're also going to learn, oh, this is why they did that, this is how that works, and so you'll begin to kind of understand things as you replicate the page. But make sure to put in the right information, and be careful what you're copying, because you do not want the wrong information being copied and placed on a page. So if we're not looking at edits, we're going to go to history, and from this we can look at every edit that has been done on this page since its creation back in 2015 by the famous Legolas, one of the best contributors to the wiki just of all time. You can find them on Twitter as well. They often like or comment on my posts. Just incredible. I mean, like, literally, the 21st of March, Legolas again this year, you know, still doing edits. So, Legolas is always doing their best on this site. I wish I could, you know, let everyone know how hard they work. There's so many. I mean, here's Room of the Sky as well. Room of the Sky has done tons of edits. He's Gene C. I know them as well. Lots of edits. Yeah, the dedication. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, like, these are unsung heroes, and I wish that we could do a better job of celebrating them. I don't really know what to do though. But yeah, you can see every little bit here. So you'll see like details like this is the page creation, this is some fixed links, this is an edit to format dialogue and remove a stub. You know, so that's what these are for. You can see exactly when they happened. You might even find me in some of these if you're lucky. There's a discussion page. Discussion pages, if they exist, are just about like what things are right and wrong. You will find discussion pages usually under more complex things like Dragon Breaks and Chim. Look in them at your own peril. Similar wiki, I guess so. Oh god, not Jim. Not Jim! This is a good book, by the way. I like this one. This is also an interesting one. I mean, like... So here's the thing. Obviously, the messier pages, you know, Chim is like you're gonna go to, if you go to Chim on the UESP, you're gonna find, you know, stuff that you won't find on a lot of forums, because we take stuff just from like the games and what we can learn, and not like assumptions or fan theories. So it's a lot more bare bones than what you're going to see online, right? You'll see forums where people are assuming things about the concept of Chim, and it'll be like, well, why isn't it here? It's because it's like, well, it's never outright said. You've been believing a theory for 20 years without realizing that it's not fully confirmed canon, pretty much. A lot of people just don't know that. So it's kind of more bare bones on the UESP. We don't straight up just say what it is. We just say, like, you know, it's a state of perception, you know. We say like the history of the term, but we won't just like drop a fan theory or something. That's very irresponsible. So, yeah. I mean, like, we need all the editors we can get. I mean, like, anyone's probably better at this than I am. Look at this little icon here. This is adorable. Imperial City, because we have an Imperial City icon for like Imperial City stuff. Look at this. This is so cute. Oh my god. Who made this? It's adorable. It's super easy to get sucked into theories and accepting them as fact when you're trying to do the lore. You're so guilty of that. I'm not as much, because I just mostly stuck in the games and didn't really know where to look for things, but I did start to put together that I didn't like the fandom wiki. I was like, the fandom wiki, I just can't with this wiki. Like, it was weird, and I was like, I'm just going to go to the UESP. So I went to the UESP instead of the fandom wiki, and I was like, I prefer this. It's just so detailed. I have sources, you know, everything feels very solid and intact. And then somehow I ended up being a part of it, and now I'm the streamer for the UESP. I don't really know how that happened, but here I am. Yeah, this is a cute icon. I literally just have no idea where this thing came from. I mean, here's Anadoc, like, putting it in, but I don't know where it, like, actually came from. I mean, it claims that it was taken from the Elder Scrolls series of games, so, like, it's gotta be somewhere. Oh, I guess it was probably used in the store, because it says here store icon DLC, so it's probably, like, somewhere in there. It's probably, you can find it somewhere in game. Did it mainly because of the formatting of the toxic comment sections and discussions were a great reason to piece out. I think I pieced out of the fandom wiki as soon as it made some claim about the siege of Alinor by the Numidium, like, trapping people in time bubbles until they were, like, in the 5th era or something. I was like, what is this? What's your source for this? What is going on? Why is it always time stuff? Can we stop that shit? Legends or store? It's in the store. It looks like it's in the store. This is Imperial City DLC. I'm guessing this is store icon. Oh no, sorry. This is probably store Imperial City DLC. Waco Tower Imperial City Prisons. Snowtrader's writing fan theories to articles you remember. It's awful. It's awful. I mean, like, how do the lore masters feel about this? I don't know. Fandom more like fan fiction. So, here's the deal. I've had friends and my brothers say, like, that I should delve into, like, the theories and Kirkbride portion of the fandom, because they're like, well, you can't like, prove it wrong or whatever, or form your own opinion on it until you've learned it. And I'm like, do you have any idea what you're asking me to do? Just, like, period. Do you have any idea how much of an absolute clusterfuck that is? Like, you want me to go in there? Yeah, it's a minefield, like, at the very least. Like, you know, let's start at the not obvious, right? Obviously, you'll encounter the craziest theories in general, but let's just kind of think of it practically. So, if I was to learn everything that Kirkbride has said, like, off the record, not officially in the games, just like random forum posts in 2005, I would be so lost. Like, I would just be like, what is going on? You know, he's just got so much written down that Bethesda no doubt just doesn't pay attention to. So, I mean, like, it's just, I just gotta say the fact, I don't think Bethesda cares. I just don't think Bethesda has a record of everything that he's randomly said that they want to, like, add to again, and I don't think they really care about his Iren being a robot theory or whatnot, you know? Very higher survival rate walking naked in the Imperial City during light strikes when AD's take it over. I mean, like, ugh. It's just not great. Let me see if I can do this. Oh my god. Okay. So, let's start at the very beginning, alright? Here we go. Let's start at the very beginning. First of all, I want you to look at the sidebar here. Do you see this? Look at this. Watch. Do you think Bethesda keeps all of this in mind? I don't really know. Now, let's start at the beginning, because I'm sure this is really easy stuff to understand. You know, let's start at the Vex ship. Belief engines, properly called the Auxiliary Semi-Shock Point Nilgularity, provide energy for short dream sleeve jumps in case a Vex ship's main ego is damaged, allowing the Coda Paravant to potentially get to the safety of a Void Yard orbital. By creating the equivalent of a new class mnemonic, shrinking it instantaneously via a Creatia Tesseract array, and then projecting the resulting Mothtalk well to a null point outside the Eagle's hull, an ASSN can slingshot the Paravant into Era streams without the needed energies of nearby etheric bodies or shock point application. The ASSN is strictly last-ditch technology, however. It's often deemed too dangerous for its own good, just because it works on the rarefied principles of Fenaster's inversion, a set of mathematics that doesn't exist in our own dimension. Vex ships have vanquished the nil space trying to make an ASSN jump. Indeed, the celestial irregularity known as the M4B5 Lagarity, in which Coda Oblivion Vanquisher appears and implodes in perpetuity. That's an actual word. My brain's melting right now. Perpetuity is the belief system most famous cautionary tale. That's probably M4BV and not 5. Now, imagine they just hired an in-house Kirky Boy expert. I don't think anyone's a Kirky Boy expert. Here's the thing. Let me just put this on the record. Like, I think Kirkbride is probably like the most clever author, modern author. Like, I think he's the most detailed, but like, this is not actually something that you'll find in the games. And that, at that point, it's just kind of like, therefore it's nonsense, you know. It's not something that if it's not something that Bethesda is going to care about or read, then it's not something that will be important in the future, period. Because you have lore masters right now working off of stuff that Kirkbride set up, and if they're not taking this into account, it could contradict this, and so therefore it's just kind of here. Was he on Skooma when he wrote this? Well, this goes on and on. I showed you how long this goes on and on, right? So this just goes on and on. Now, how am I supposed to learn this? How does anybody fucking learn this? Right? Like, it's just not a thing that you can do, you know. And I don't care how much anyone's, you know, like, and honestly, I think it might hurt Bethesda, because Bethesda doesn't want to go out of their way to disprove this stuff, you know, so they're walking around a minefield. I don't really know what their mindset is, but I don't think you can just, I don't know. As you can tell, there's a lot of stuff here where it's like, you know, I can put together a lot of stuff here. This is a reference to Memoli, so this is a reference to time. Obviously we have Creatia here. Paravant is a reference to a title given to Alessia in the first era. This is Star Trek. Is there anything in particular in Kirkbride's lore that jumps out at you as something you prefer over Bethesda's interpretation if they did it differently, I mean? Considering I can't understand a thing that this guy's saying, I can't say. Again, I haven't spent any time in it. You know, you look at this and you're like, what? I mean, like, like, if I can't understand this stuff, then I don't know. Some people are just kind of like, if you can't understand the stuff, then can you really say that, can you really have the position that you're in? You know, can you really say that you know a lot if you don't understand this stuff? So it's kind of like, I don't know, I feel like I should just give up at that point. I might have to. If it's like that important. Low-key, just want to ask him to explain his lore in, in Fortnite terms. In Fortnite terms. I mean, to me, it pretty much already is in Fortnite terms. So this is Coda stuff right here. I mean, so there's like a rumor that Kirkbride was, you know, on drugs when he was writing Morrowind lore. And I mean, here's the thing though, like I think he also wrote Pocket Guide to the Empire, which was before Morrowind as well. So, like, but that's unfounded. I mean, I've heard that it is, you know, there's no evidence for that, and they're really tired of people talking about that because it just sounds like the whole Alice in Wonderland thing. It's an unfounded claim. I think that he's just very interesting. Do I love it? I do love it. I think that this kind of writing is amazing, but it's not, you know, canon. So, bro, achieved Chim. What is happening here? What is happening here? This guy's writing fucking Finnegan's Wake in this shit. So this is 1998, I guess? This is 1999. Oh, it's undated, never mind. Because I was like, yeah, it doesn't seem right to me. I feel kind of dirty showing this on stream. I don't want someone to pop in and think that I'm teaching this stuff. But I mean, like, and this is like a modern, like, he's using modern terms, coffee and light bulbs and stuff. This feels like the journal of a man who spent a day with Shigoreth. It really does. I mean, like, here you have a claim back in 1999 that Oblivion is not regarded by any culture as an evil place, which is, like, not really the case, you know? But it looks like, I mean, like, so this is when he was employed, right? So 1999 was, like, you know, he started in 98, I think, with, I guess maybe, yeah, no, he probably started in 98, because it was, like, Redguard, and then he probably hit up the forums in 9. So this is when he was employed. You'll see stuff that does make sense. You know, you'll see like Nahat and Flu. This holds up. This is how it is in ESO. You know, these are all things that are, you know, well, he was employed. So I'm pretty sure this is stuff that they just actually used. I don't really know if it references the Nahat and Flu anywhere in any book in Morrowind. I don't remember. Either way, this is when he was employed. And then I think like as soon as he wasn't, I think they just kind of like, you know, stopped paying attention. I wonder what are the latest of Kirky Boy's lore thoughts. I don't know. And the closest, I mean, I know, like, I think I follow his wife on Twitter. If you see Lady Nerevar on Twitter, she also made our UESP assets, which are pretty sweet. I'm a huge fan of them. Do I still have them? Do I still have this one? I might have moved them. I probably don't have them on here anymore. But they're pretty cool. I think that she did a good job on them. Never even read a full of Elder's lore and the lore of Zed lore. I mean, again, though, like, it's kind of kind of sketchy. It's just called, again, like, it's like, well, what should be taken as lore? I only stick around with the confirmed stuff, but we do document everything here. Here's my take. The devs got high one night and decided to write a few books, and the sermons were born. So this is a reference to, obviously, Vivek's sermons. What does he have to say about that? Wrong. It was one dev naked in a room with a carton of cigarettes, a thermos full of coffee, and bourbon, and it's all of his summoned angels. This sounds about right, actually. Okay, so here's 2004, which means it. I don't actually know. When did Kirkbride leave? When did Kirkbride leave? Because he says right here, he says remember I'm a fan here these days. Basically he's saying like I'm not a dev. I can confirm or deny nothing. So we should just take this and use it on anyone who's talking about any of his responses post employment right here. Confirm or deny nothing. Because I'm pretty sure this was after his employment. I don't remember when he left. Wasn't it pre-Oblivion? Yeah, so I mean, if it was pre-Oblivion, that would make sense. This would track, because Oblivion was 2006. so he probably left by this point. So, I mean, like once you stop working with the company, you know, it's like Elder Scrolls is you know, a great collection of brilliant authors that, you know, come in and they add some incredible ingredients and foundations to the building, and then they leave. And then someone else comes in, looks at those foundations, understands the pattern and the pattern of the foundations that the foundations were built upon, and built on top of that. And that's how the Elder Scrolls just works. That's how a lot of things work, you know, when it comes to making new lore for old franchises. That's kind of how it goes. And so I think that as soon as a writer leaves, like Lehman Tuttle left, right? He was the lore master for ESO, and he was there. He was lore master for a couple years or so. He left to work on another project that Zoss is working on, and so he could go online and say a thing about a thing that he wrote, an Argonian thing. He loves Argonians, and Bethesda isn't looking at that, right? His job is to write for this new project, right? That's what they're looking at. It's not his job to write up the Elder Scrolls anymore, and so he really can't make anything. He can't say anything that is taken as fact, even if it's a concept that he made up, you know, because it's like because a dev that is working with the concepts that he already made up could have their own expansion of it. Obviously, this comes at the necessity of the writer understanding the foundation, but either way, they probably are going to say the exact same thing that the previous lore master would say. But I think that, you know, you have to have a great concept of understanding of things, and I don't know if, like, to be a lore master, I don't know if you're let in on some really deep lore secrets or not, but, you know, if you are, you can't say. You can't say. So I mean, like, there's plenty of weird stuff in the Elder Scrolls without having to go into, you know, Kirkbride's post from 2006. You'll find all kinds of weird stuff that, you know, take a while to understand. Like, if you can understand, you know, detachment from the sheath or something, like, perfectly, one, you're really smart. And but two, it's like, you know, at that point, I'm sure there's other stuff that you can focus on. I mean, focus on the sermons. I'm not villainizing Kirkbride at all. I'm not. Again, like I said, Kirkbride is, in my opinion, probably the best writer of the modern age, even though I don't read a lot of books. But I mean, like, his world building is insane. But not to discredit the other world builders that worked alongside him and work on the Elder Scrolls now. But I'm not demonizing him. I just am saying that, and he's not even flat out, to my knowledge, he's not just flat out telling everyone to ignore modern lore and only take his. He just writes his spin of the universe. It's a spin-off, essentially. But what he's done for the series has been amazing. He's just not doing it anymore, you know? I don't really know why they got rid of him, or at least why he decided to leave. I don't know the details, but I'm not going to demonize him. Maybe it's because he got too complex. I don't know. To be honest, I don't even know if he knows what he's talking about half the time, but I can't help but notice a lot of reoccurring themes that really sell me on it. Because, yeah, it is fascinating. But also, I'm not smart enough to understand the really nitty-gritty of the Elder Scrolls lore. If anyone tells you that I'm smart enough, call them a liar. I am not a smart man. But I do my best, I guess. I think I'm what they call book smart? I don't know. It's time for you to go. Thanks for the Lord. You're welcome. I'm actually probably gonna raid because it's actually got kind of late. So I'm trying to find somebody. I'm gonna grab my tabs again and find. I'm gonna find someone to raid. Thank you for the nerd root. Let's see. I gotta find someone. Come on. Let's go to Enforcer. Let's go to Enforcer. Never covers your exit. No one can hear it. It's too loud. Alright, we're gonna go to Enforcer. Thank you guys so much for being. I will probably see you at like 9 p.m. today. Bye bye.